Okay, let's do this thing. Maybe Stony. Hello, how's it going? Ad break. I don't know if you're caught behind that at all. Give this a second. Turbo. And a sub. Get the Mega Drive controller. The ultimate badge is the Dreamcast controller. It was just awesome. Nice. I'm doing good. I'm doing good. It is Friday. It is a holiday that has always felt weird for me to celebrate. I'll be honest. I've never quite felt comfortable saying, Happy 4th of July. They ruined all that tea. It's just so yeah. I have food in front of me as well, so I may get underway and then turn the camera and mic off and eat a little bit. But for now, we are resuming efforts on Liquid Sky. Continuing flashbang. Continuing the notifications effort. So I brought this last night, didn't I? So putting the dialogue in for the subscriptions, getting rid of this annoying expand behavior at some point, but that's not the priority right this second. And the goal will be by the end of the day, the end of the stream, at the end of the day, to have the ability to select your parameters here, save that, and then have that checked on the other side. So we'll do a bit of front end work, and then see if we can get back to that back end quickly, because it's a scary place. So I did have some elements working. I had these elements kind of semi-working. So the idea would be that you select the fields you want to notify on. So as we add more fields, this screen will become a little bit more populated. So I want to be notified on status. That's it. That would be it. Save that. Done. If the status changes, I want to be told about it, right? If I want to be able to include the parameters, right, then if it changes from ready for planning to anything else, I want to know. If it changes from ready to planning to completed, I want to know, right? This is possible if they kind of go, oh, it's A to B, B to C. It's possible that would happen, but unlikely. So you want to move it from in progress to completed, right? Again, this might not be a great use case, but it is a test of the system. That's all I'm caring about right this second. I'm not worried about the, more likely that's the use case. When it's changed to completed, I want to know. Right? So we can refine these things and go. But right now, starting to build this out. So what I was doing last night was trying to figure out how to make that work here as a control, so that I can include this parameter model, and then this form just has a list of parameters, right? It doesn't actually have all the fields and all the behavior, because obviously there's the behavior to this thing. There's, when I toggle this becomes available. When I toggle this, these become available. But if I toggle that, what are they, right? So right now it remembers what they are, but they should reset. There's no point in having that. Wow. Yes. So, uh, yeah, that is that. Um, yeah, last night I decided, I'm not going to do so much coding. I'm gonna go and play a game. So I decided to start Gran Turismo up, and I got a new capture card to try and be able to. What I want to do is I want to stream Gran Turismo, obviously, or PS5 or whatever I want to stream. But if it supports 120 hertz mode, I want to still benefit from that on the monitor that I'm watching it on, right? So I don't want to have to play the game at 4K 60. I know first world problems and all, but I don't want to stream the have the stream affect the actual output to the monitor. So I got a capture card, and I get halfway through a race, it's working. I've got 120 hertz. I'm testing OBS. I've got the color balanced and all those things, so it looks good on the output, and it's 4K 60 input on the OBS side, and 4K 120 hertz on the monitor, and it turns the monitor off mid race, and then turns it back on. And I'm like, what the heck was that? And then about 3 or 4 minutes later, it does the same thing again. I'm like, oh, come on. Just be simple for once. Just be easy. Why are you turning the screen off? Yes, that was fun. So I stopped playing racing games and watched racing games instead. So I have my PlayStation, and I want to be able to stream the PlayStation, right? So so my monitor supports 4K 120 hertz. Obviously, the capture card, I'm not going to stream at 120 hertz, right? So the capture card that I had supports 4K 60, but it doesn't support 4K 120 hertz pass through. So I bought a little box to split the signal, so it would allow me to put 4K 120 to the monitor and 4K 60 to my capture. That didn't work, so I bought a different capture card that supports 4K 120 hertz pass through. Wired it up, and mid race, it just blanks the screen. Like the screen just goes completely dark. It's not like it gets shut off. It's not like it just goes dark. It's like the signal just stops. But it doesn't support 4K 120 hertz pass through. It's 4K 60 Zowie box. So yeah. But the Zowie box is nice and hooked up to my little tower of power here. I've got all that sorted. I don't want to mess around. I'm not buying another Zowie box. They're not cheap. But yeah, you have four. I can see why the benefit of that when you're streaming, if you're streaming different screens, is amazing, because the idea of being able to develop, like, I've got it set up so once I can organize my room a little better, or rather when the power the AC unit isn't required later in the summer, I will switch over to, I'm going to get the box set up for Linux, and be able to offer the chance to run a stream in Mac or run a stream in Linux and just do the dev there. So I can definitely see the benefit of it if you have multiple sources you want to display. So it is very cool. I can see why you're a fan of the Zowie box. That is, by the way. Yeah, because it just worked. I put it in. I got in OBS and I added the NDI plugin, and I just went. add a source, and there's the Zowie box on the network, and ta-da, it's done. Um, so you don't have to use path through, you can use split. Hmm. So I can still have 120 hertz. And doing it that way, I could stream off this machine. I could do dick because it'd be an NDI source as well. Huh. I'll have to organize my room a bit differently, but that would actually be feasible. Okay, Zowie bots later in the summer. We'll save up and try that version. I have all sorts of equipment and hardware and stuff for testing different things. Also means if the Zowie crashes, your screen doesn't. If only PlayStation will let you pass in a custom RTMP. Yeah, yeah, that would be awesome. You just stream it to that, or even the PlayStation supported NDI output. That'd be good. Set the PlayStation's NDI source. That'd be awesome. Oh, Discord is there? Does that really have? Used to use Elgato capture cards, but they just seem so clunky in the early future. In a world, um, yeah. So I wasn't quite sure what the Zybots would do for me. I understood it from when you told me about it, and I understood what the concept was. But then when I plugged it in, I'm like, and how smooth it was, because I haven't used NDI sources in OBS before. I know Rambling Geek does a lot of it, but once I plugged it in and I realized, oh, I could do all sorts of things with this. Like I could have devices in different places in the room and still run them, and then just be able to log into them. I installed Parsec as well, so I could log into the Mac and still develop on it while streaming the source. So, yeah, thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. Uh, I know we're kind of just chatting at this. Guys, there's no food. You're not having the food. Have you mooched enough off your mother? They know I've got my breakfast. Um, there's also a Windows NDI toolkit, so you can stream from your computer. Nice, nice. Yeah, there's all sorts of options. But so yeah, later on in the year, once the weather cools down a little bit, I'll enable redeems for um, switch over to. So I need to get the SSH development sorted out first, so that I can log into this, develop on this without actually being on this machine, or you know, probably what I'll probably do is set up my old stream PC as an actual host and shut this machine down and use the mini PCs here. So to develop off, because if it's SSH, it doesn't really matter, right? Um, but then have a Linux box, a Windows box, and a Mac all in the stack, and then just be able to switch between them, so we can see what happens when you just transition between the different platforms for development of .NET. So again, no food. You have to feed the doggos, dude. Have you no heart? Uh, what are you chewing? What are you really doing? Okay, so I'm going to rather than go BRB, because I don't need to go BRB and I'm not eating on stream, I'm going to turn the camera off and the mic for a second while I open my food and eat. Um, and then I will continue developing. So, you know, yeah. Okay. No, there was no sound, fuel. My apologies. My breakfast arrived after the beginning of the stream, and I didn't want to let it go cold because I intend to do a longer stream. So, apologies. Not my intention to do that. I don't like eating on stream either. So, but because I don't put music on the stream, that's a very awkward silence. Okay. How are you doing today, Phil Samuel? How is your Friday going? So what I've got to figure out here, can I have a nested ng form? So this is the first time I've done this before. So my thought is I put a form in a form to capture the values. And then basically this dialog is just a list of controls which are of type status, a parameter, sorry. And those parameters have a property and a from and to. And that way, when I submit this form, it's just a list of parameters. So every single control in it is to be that way. And I can own the behavior of a toggle box ultimately. So right now I'm going to do it as a status parameter. But ultimately, as I start to add more parameters, I'll probably find the pattern and refactor that into a more usable control that I can say, oh, this is a Boolean, or this is a lookup list, and here's its source, etc. So, yeah. Let's get moving on this. Okay, if you are new to the stream, if you have any questions, thoughts, opinions, you're more than welcome to share as I do stuff. I'm hoping that I won't be doing this UI stuff too long. I've just got to get my head around the mental model I'm trying to approach here. But then from there, I should be getting to actually triggering these notifications, hopefully by the end of this stream. So what I'm doing here is I'm setting up an Angular component to, this is basically providing how you include a control as a form control in Angular. So, or in the, not Angular specifically, but the forms. We don't need on destroy. We might not even, we might not just need that. So let's leave it at that. So these are the 4 properties. And yeah. So the way I normally do this, and until I know better, right, we have on listen, on change, on touch is deprecate, is disabled, and then we have these, yeah, this on change, this on touch, this is disabled. So we have these values down here. So, yes. So this would be, this dot is disabled, equals is disabled. What do I do on that one that's different? Oh, I don't know. Okay. Why is that declared that way? Oh, okay. So let's just grab those 2. This is probably one of those things where it's very worthwhile having I don't think that's going to work because I think I'm about to immediately turn around and say this dot on change equals function. Yeah, so they're not read only. Unlisten. Unlisten. Untouch maybe, but any equals I hate that. Yeah, this is just binding those events so that the form group behavior in Angular can react properly. And again, this will set the value. So what I'm going to do is this is going to be a parameter. Um, is that not including it? Okay, that included it. Oh, can you do a generic T there? Oh no, because I know hold on. So you can do a generic T there, but I don't need a generic T because I'm going to do a string there, right? Because this is going to be a GUID, which has no um, um, okay, so I do allow that or undefined. So that's perfectly fine. It's going to be value. New haircut or just less hair? New haircut. It needed doing. Yeah. So, and hello, Canning. How you doing? So I went to the hairdressers yesterday, the barber shop, however you want to call that. And there was only two people in there, and they were very, very busy. So I was over 25 minutes late. Well, I was early for my appointment, but only 25 minutes later did they actually take me. But there's only two of them, and the one guy was in a rush to get out of there. And I'm like, please don't get him. Please don't get him. Please don't get him. Am I quiet? I am talking quietly. I can boost it if you like. On OBS, the bar is going into the yellow, but I can happily increase that gain. That's up a few more decibels. Yellow is fine, red is bad. I know. You don't want it peaking out. That's fine. I upped it to 10 dB gain. So yeah, I got the guy doing my hair that was basically running around me and smacking me in the head with a pair of clippers. So I'm like, if this even comes out looking like a haircut, I'll be amazed. So it's not terrible, all things considered. At one point, he was practically punching me in the head because he was trying to get the clippers to work uh, quicker. And then he was leaning around me like this because he just didn't want to walk. He didn't want to take the time to walk. So I was like, oh dear. Uh, so what I'm going to try and do in this form, oh, that's the question. Unlisten. Do I bind on? Oh, there's unlisten. This to unlisten. Okay, I don't need the unlisten event. Okay. Okay, that's all that is. The unlisten event there is not an event there. Okay. So we're going to need to track the current value. We're going to need, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to pull this over here so I can see the code and not have to stress it. So we have, oh, that's what I was going to say before. This is probably the perfect use case for AI controls, in that I can just basically say, okay, scaffold out a new control that has a control value accessor for me. Right. This is probably um actually let's try. I don't have any parameters. I don't have any. I don't have any definitions or anything, so this might not go exactly as I want. Um, no, I'm not in the mood for asking that right this second. I don't want to spend time trying to figure out how to refine that prompt. Uh, Also, I don't have any parameters on the repo, so there's nothing telling it how things should lay out or whatever. Uh, and if I go to the agentic stuff, I'm just going to spend more time trying to fix what that does right this second, based upon the fact I have nothing parameterizing it, than than I will just writing the code. So how did I do this? Subscriptions. So I set, when I did write, I said this selected, no. So we did current is a parameter of string equals null. That works in okay. And then we're going to do if value this dot selected. That's going to backfire me, that null thing before afterwards, equals value for right a second, or current, sorry. Right. So that's if I'm loading the form up and I'm populating the values, then that's what that's going to do. That's going to set that. That probably can't be that way though. I set it to any. Can't hear me. Are you serious? Or are you just trolling? Okay. Don't play with people on audio. Stream audio is ridiculous. It's not funny. Made me cry. Oh dear. Man, where was I going? What do I want to do here? What I want to do is see if I can get a nested angular form. So let's get the form control in here. So let's do private form group equals null. Um, things that there's things I just don't like. I was looking at some code yesterday, and they put the constructor as the very last thing in a class file, and it was triggering me a little bit. that's that. That's that. So we still need to set the current. What I'm thinking about is the on init of the form. You quit as a war crime. It was very weird to see, especially on an 800 line class file, to have the constructor sat right at the bottom, the very last thing in the class. It was a bit triggering. Hot coffee. Hey, Karim. How you doing? On YouTube? Likely. Welcome in. I have been coding for a little over 25 years. Only 10 minutes is a new dev. But welcome in. Thank you for chatting though. YouTube is a little quiet. I'm on Twitch and YouTube. Um, I find it very good to stream to YouTube. Um, people find the stream less organically, but it also means that I'm also recording the content, so you can go back and watch all 215 other streams of this product on YouTube. Yeah, but thanks for chatting. How about you? What brought you in here today? I noticed that the title on a stream on YouTube is very crucial to the viewership. Yeah, about streaming to YouTube. It seemed useless. Yeah, I mean it's no stress for me, right? And again, having the stream go up there automatically as the VOD, uh, especially considering what I'm doing, it's useful. Means I can have the viewer experience on it because of restream. You using restream for the chat, or you were trying to use restream for actually streaming to YouTube? You stream in silence though. Yeah. So I only use restream for the chat. Gotcha. I use Twitch RTM. I use a different. I use the plugin for OBS, and being that I don't stream music, it's fine, right? Um, so you can't have the audio track that's only on the live stream, and it doesn't get But I use the plugin for OBS that allows me to dual stream, and I only use Restream for chat to join the two chats together. So on my prompter right now, I have YouTube and whatever come up, and it highlights the YouTube chat. But yeah, if anybody on any platform that is you know on on Twitch or YouTube, if you have questions or thoughts or opinions on what I'm doing, um, then you're more than welcome to ask questions. Why not just use Restream? Because I don't want to use Restream. Also, Restream is gonna watermark my stream, isn't it? If I don't pay for it. Uh, Algorithm brought me. I'm dev also. Nice. What are you working? You yeah. Well, you can use the bot without. Use the bot. I'm not quite sure I follow. Maybe. I was going for 5 years, but right now I became a vibe coder. uh, yeah. So, mm, yeah. It's okay. I heard about recently that Twitch is executing their multi-stream policies and started to ban people that violate them. The problem with them, very spongy written. You fall your face out of bed. Who, me? Yeah. Yes, I have seen. I have mixed opinions on the whole using the AI to develop applications quickly. That's going to bite eventually. Um, so, what I am working on right this second, probably not right this second. What I'm working on right this second is I'm implementing a notification system in Liquid Sky. So basically, the idea will be when I click on here, I can include parameters. I can say, okay, I want to know when it changes to in progress, or I just want to know when it changes, right? And the goal will be to implement that so that if I then go and change the parameters or change the status of this thing, then an email arrives. Unless I'm the one to do the change, right? If I'm the one to do the change, there's no point in sending notifications, right? So I am trying to implement a UI control that will allow me to uh, just include that as a field in this screen so that I don't have to uh, um, clutter the actual dialogue with all the behavior. The dialogue should just be involved in collecting the parameters and sending it to the actual endpoint. So that's what my goal for today. Um, yeah. What do you think about vibe coding? Um, I think it's how do I put it? I'm trying to word it more constructively. As someone who has spent 25 years developing, um, I think it's a danger that companies are going to fall into a trap of having people who can ask questions and get things working that may or may not have an understanding of the code. I don't think it necessarily speeds you up. I think it does a lot of boilerplate stuff very quick, and it can do stuff that is nice and off the shelf very quickly. CRM stuff is, or CRUD based stuff is likely very easy. But when it gets more complicated, I think we're going to have an issue with the applications that have been built that way, with people not understanding the full consequences of what it is they're building. Because the more common it becomes, um, yeah, yeah, but the concept, right? The not keeping a track of it. Um, 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 I think it's a danger that companies are falling into. I think it's on us as developers to make sure that we are accurately representing what it is we are actually doing with it, and that it's not just some magic tool that makes us 10 times more productive, 20 times more productive, and we can just generate massive systems on a whim on a Friday and put it live because the AI sorted it out for us. So I think it's a very I can see how it can be productive, but in the same that supervise is very necessary. Um, I sniped Shader of the Week this time. Nice, nice. I think vibe coding will be the new interview gatekeeping question, like sovereignty. Yes, I think it's going to be. And I posted something in a private thing yesterday that was basically a company saying, "Hey, we want someone who's good at using AI tools because we know it can do things faster. We don't want anyone who just writes code. We want someone who knows how to get the AI to write the code quicker and has 5 to 10 years experience, right?" Like, okay, Rumble Geek, good afternoon. Frank, good Friday. How are you doing? I was thinking like that, but my opinion changed when I get access to the most powerful models. Yeah, but it's also code that it's read. It doesn't have. You have to understand what it is putting together, and when people stop understanding what it's doing and think they can just build an application and it works, it might work. You know, when you get into the more complicated questions, what do you do then, right? Because you're not educating yourself while you write when it's writing that code. So I can see for like things like this where I say, hey, I want a control. It should be called this. It has this parameter. It looks exactly like this. Please generate that for me. That I can definitely see. That speeds me up, right? Um, but yeah, it's it's not something I'm infused to take a part of in the long term because I don't want my job to just become um, uh, hey, can you go off and do this for me? And now can we put that in there? And now can we do this? I'm not trying to orchestrate. Um, I mean, I know the argument's been made that I am technically orchestrating um, with code, but I have to put a lot more thought into it, and it's kind of the fun. It's what I enjoy doing. So I want to write the second, create a form group. Um, yeah, we've so next week, I have the week off, so we will have some longer streams. Uh, except Tuesday and Thursday, I've got PT again, so that's gonna kind of throw my schedule off a little bit, but we'll still do streams just later. Um, however, I have a meeting on AI stuff at work, so I get to attend that as well. I think it's incredible how fast you can learn frameworks and technologies to support AIs. You can learn frameworks and technologies. How does it speed you up? Like your ability to learn and understand still is a gatekeeper there. Like I'm okay with I'm perfectly behind let's search for stuff. I'm gonna ask a question. How do I learn? How do I do this? How do I achieve this? But the problem is the code it's necessarily the thing it's throwing at me. And also you've got to rely upon it being current. If I ask it Angular questions or even, you know, things like code review, right? If I put code review on this, um, it throws it out as a problem, and it's not. It's been implemented since Angular 17, but the models are older, so you've got to understand the differences. Um, and yeah, I'm using Angular. Yep. I have a lot of help learning how to write it. So one thing I have considered is can I use AI? And it's the stream idea, right? Can I use AI to help me understand enough about 6502 assembler to build an NES game? Could I do that? Right? Can I help? Can AI or AI tooling give me the ability to build a game for an NES? Right? Can I do that? Right? That is a stream idea, or many stream idea. For example, I use Gemini to generate code for Blender scripting after reading the whole code and fixing the minor bugs. I now understand how the whole Blender scripting is working in the last 5 days. Okay. Found the Code Rabbit AI code review to be decent, but sure, I get that. It might not recommend the latest. Good thing x86 is kind of established. Yeah, you do rely upon, like, if it's cutting edge stuff, it's not as effective and it can throw you off as well. Because it can't say, you know, um, um, I'm wrong necessarily, other than you telling it is wrong. Um, so you have to know anyway. So sometimes you can spend time there. I think you'll be able to complete it without thinking for yourself sometimes. No, what I'm saying is, can into Canny's point, can it get me through the concepts of six? I'm not saying can it build a game for me in 650 assembler. I'm saying can it get me through the concepts and help me understand um, how to start building a logic to build a game. Like if I wanted to implement a simple platformer, can it get me there? Right, where I'm now understanding, oh well, now I have to do this and this and this and this to be able to produce this. I think it could, and I think it might be kind of a fun set of streams. Yeah. Um, but 6502 is no NES and I think Master System. No, I don't. Maybe not Master System, but yeah. So can I do that? And I apologize for the sun glare in my face. Okay, so let's get on in it implemented. Let's do this dot form group equals new form group, and then let's do. So we're gonna take. Actually, we're gonna take this straight out. Um, yeah, CCC4, Atari 2600. Yeah, yeah. But that has crossed my mind. But again, priorities, right? I've gotta prioritize this Liquid Sky thing. So if you're new to the stream, sorry, HI. If you're new to the stream, what I'm building right this second is I am working on my product management platform, a product management and planning tool, whatever we want to call it. It's a thing. Basically, this is a tool for planning products, for planning software development. Think Jira. I have been building this for quite a while. And right now I'm implementing the ability to subscribe to notifications so that when one of these things changes or whatever, I have the method in place to tell people, oh, by the way, this changed. So, yeah. But if you have any thoughts, questions, opinions, even if it's, ooh, you're using Angular, um, I'd be interested to know. Uh, you know, why that is. Um, so this is what I'm building. It's a distributed system, lots of moving parts. I'm happy to talk about it on stream. The stream does not have to be about the code necessarily. It can be about the chat. Um, I'm happy to talk. So, if you are on YouTube, don't forget to, if you are liking the content, don't forget to drop that like button or hit that like button. It does help with other people finding the stream. I'm always interested in new thoughts and opinions. Um, so, yeah. So these kind of drive the actual value, right? So these are the parameters of the form. Um, let's import these components. Actually, this one here probably benefits from being if in that manner rather than if in the other manner. It just reads a little easier. So we'll take this out. Take them out. Take that out. We'll take No. So this is a hard-coded list of statuses right this second. But it should have done, and it didn't do that, did it? Come on. No, we're just not going to add the import. Okay, that's fine. Let's add import reactive forms. That's going to be an interesting one because we're going to need the append to. That's getting to be like a thing that I need to figure out what the right pattern for that is, because append to, once I start it, I have to pass it down. The append to basically is, as the form is in a dialog, you need to tell it which element to append to so that it actually pops over the content. Otherwise, you have to worry about all your content layout in terms of the dialog. So that might be just a lesson I'll learn later on how to do that properly. Okay, so let's see if this imports now. Is it because I've declared it somehow weird? No. Okay. I get you. You are going back in there, so that's fine. Shared stores. Why don't you want to do this? I assume it's because it's crashing. No, it's not even crashing. Proper. Oh, it is. Okay, so import statuses from shared stores status data store. Okay, now you're better. Okay, so we want to do, let's ls status parameter. Let's do ls status parameter append to. So let's see if we at least get. Come on. Okay, so we have that. Oh, we have the parameter, and now we get that. Okay, so that's because the behavior is not quite set right. Status parameter. Actually, this should be, isn't it? Should be set. So why didn't that visibility change? Let's find out. Oh, because they're not in a form group. That's why. Form group equals form group. Okay, let's see if that behaves now. There you go. Include parameters. Okay, so now the challenge is getting that value in there. I need to just be right back. I'll be back shortly. Okay, sorry about that. Okay, so we got the fields. Want to redo an overlay and add a back end. Bots. I know it's weird. I've streamed for six plus years, and the the concept of getting a bot and stuff installed, of set up and configured and doing all that, it just doesn't. I don't know. It's weird considering that sort of stuff normally kind of energizes me, but I just don't have like. There's a reason why the stream is kind of just bare in terms of feature set, is because I just don't have. Well, I don't have the time mainly to spend doing extra pieces, as I keep proving. The brain set is not there, so yeah. One day, yeah. Okay. So basically, what this is going to do, this form now, so this form group is going to be a new form group, and that's going to have a status, and that's going to be a form control of status, or undefined. Uh, uh, undefined. Oh, come on. Oh, my brain. Um, New form control. Um, I'm still trying to grasp the whole services thing in C sharp. What do you mean, services thing? That I might be able to help you with. So this here is now going to go form control name equals status, right? And that's the goal, right? I want to have um, how they work, how they integrate, how to hook into them. Well, so okay, so what do you mean by service necessarily? Like a background service, web service? Um, what problem are you trying to solve? So Liquid Sky has um, APIs, right? So that's that. I have receivers. These receivers are background services. So these are just a hosted service, a background service job that basically just starts and listens for these things, right? Um, the Twitch auth service that keeps you authenticated by automatically refreshing the token, then that token being usable by the Twitch API service and so on. Okay, so those sorts of okay. Gotcha. No worries, Kenny. Dog definitely require attention. um, so you can do that one of a few ways, right? You could um, um, you make your request. If your auth is expired, you renew the auth using that process. Um, it's basically every request you do that one, right? You just integrate that, but um, I'm not sure you need to necessarily break out a Twitch auth service. If you look at how we did developers.stream, um, right? So Twitch auth is handled via so the Twitch components sit out here, but all that is a client that interacts that the application interacts with, right? So the actual API here, rather the is it API? Oh yeah, use those things, right? That sends to the application. The application has how do I do this? Server. Oh yeah, fetch Twitch registration link. Yeah, it just calls the things and auths with it, right? So it's just using token, code auth flow there. But if you're using the tokens to get it, you have to do the renews. I mean, really, per request, you want to just say, is the token expired? Yes, it has. Okay, let's go refresh it. Refresh that token. Unless you're trying to do that silently in the back end, in which case the only way you really do that is by uh, having a process running all the time to check the current status of it and renew it if it's not if it's necessary, so you can hand back a right token. Okay, so we have this, we have this, we have this. So we might actually have pretty much everything we need for this value. We just need to do unchanged. So why would that do that? What would that look like actually? What does unchanged look like when everything changes? We need to subscribe to the form. This dot form group dot value changes dot subscribe. So how's this actually going to look? Yeah, and don't forget there's also the Discord there. If you ever want to chat through things, you're more than welcome to kind of, you know, I work better thinking this way. Like this is how I work. Um I don't necessarily think in breaking things down, but I think of like, what does the process flow look like? What am I trying to achieve? And I go there, and that's what I aim for. Like, what do I need to have working? Um, we all have different ways, right? It's the beauty of what we do. Um, yeah. So subscribe. Um, is that that? Yeah, that is that. And what is the parameter there? There's no parameter. Any. Okay, that's a discard. Um, this dot current uh, equals, like, I don't know what's changed. That's the thing. So this dot current equals new parameter string. But it's not an object, so it doesn't matter. So um, property is status from is this dot form group dot get status from dot value. 2 is this dot form group dot get status 2 dot value as parameter string. I just forgot. Join your Discord right now. Yeah, if anyone ever, so we do have, I do hang out there from time to time in voice chat. I'm always hanging out in there watching it. So if anyone wants to chat, if anyone wants to, bounce ideas or opinions off on anything, you're more than welcome to. Tends to stay on topic of tech, but you know, um, yeah, I need to catch up as well. You do one line. Thank you very much for the shout-outs. So Stony is developing his media server application called No Mercy. He's done a lot of streaming of that recently, which is fascinating to watch, and it's always fun to watch and hang out in there. I highly recommend going watching Stony. If you're interested in game development and just excellent development in general, Canny is a .NET and GDScript developer for Godot. There's a lot more in GDScript than .NET, but is a polyglot as far as the development languages go, so it doesn't really matter. And is a great stream to go and hang out with. Sometimes more chaos than other times, but worth hanging out. And Frank here, Frank Pacheros, he streams .NET stuff, primarily around cloud stuff, and is a fantastic streamer. And it's another great stream to go and hang out in. Is there a solution start that has view? I'm not sure. You mean for a brand new project? Hold on. New project Vue.js. Yeah. Oh, this is WebStorm though. It might not be in Rider. Yeah. WebStorm has one, but yeah. You're on. Hello, welcome back. Hope you are well. Yeah, WebStorm has one, but yeah, that's it. So what we're hoping to do here is basically when this value changes, we're going to do this dot on change, this dot current, right? So we're going to tell it, hey, this value's changed. So what we're looking for over here is we're looking for hold on. This is gonna be an interesting one because technically I only want the presence of this value if that checkbox is set. So we want to do if this dot form group dot get include status. Actually, let's just do this. Let's do the old messy ternary. Otherwise undefined. So that can be right. Gotta learn what the differences are there. That's going to break me. So what I'm looking to see here is if, okay, this is set, then I want to do this dot form group dot get status. Okay, so we have that object. But we want this to be undefined. Well, but it's a form control, so we don't care about the actual. We just care about the value. Pipe to JSON. So, bit of a longer stream today. I deliberately termed the stream as the Community Day warm-up stream because, you know, Fridays, Community Days on one line stream. If you haven't been to one line stream, I highly recommend going and checking out one line stream, especially if you enjoyed .NET development. Okay, so we have null. Now we have that. We include the parameters. We do that. There we go. That's working. Okay, so now if we uncheck that and uncheck that, oh, that's interesting. It was null and now it's nothing. I think that'll work fine. So what we're going to do afterwards is we're going to basically send up a list of parameters. So once we've got the flow of list of parameters working and we post that to the server, I can come back here and add another control that does the same as status. So let's say we want to say who it's assigned to, whatever, we can do that and control that. So what I am currently trying to do, so this is Project Liquid Sky. These are the tasks. I'm trying to do UI for the subscription. Oh, let's see if you signed in. So we're currently working on tasks. Sprint 1. Add a button to panel planning item next to edit. Show dialog as per mockup. When saved, should indicate there are subscriptions. Notification integration event exists. So the funny thing here is when we're talking about vertical slicing, I actually need, if the UI is its own slice, I need another slice to happen that technically, in terms of organization, needs to be handled. So there's a back end piece to this, right? So do I create a separate task for someone to go off and figure out? In reality, if I was working as part of a team, then yeah, the truth there is what I need to do. Let's do it the way I should do it. Subscribe to planning item status. So that's this one. Add a task. Provide subscribed property on planning item. When planning item is returned, the current user being subscribed to the planning item is needs to be calculated. Um, modify GraphQL endpoint for API to return is subscribed. So I did originally have this. What I'm thinking here is all I need to know is that I am subscribed to this thing, and and that's not quite as easy as it might seem. Let's go to our tasks. Ready for development. To assign sprint alpha, assign user to a. Okay. So we can go here. Now we have that there. But yeah, we need that to complete this. So this notification, this indicator. So if we're talking on vertical slices, this UI is one slice. That is another slice. That is not done as part of this task. So yeah. I'm trying to be better about that sort of stuff. Because I think it's necessary to if I'm building this application, I should demonstrate the process and the thoughts I'm going through. Okay. So we have status. This form is clearly working. That's awesome. We have the ability to now not have a clutter in here, which I am all on board for. Now we need to save it. So let's put our save one in there. Add edit planning item. Okay. So what is the store that this is going to be hooked up to? Is there a notification store? Did I do that already? There is. I really want to get with someone who understands this stuff in a great way. Get notifications. That's not that though. That's not the same thing. I'm getting this basically I'm getting this impending or not impending, this overwhelming feeling that my Angular side of the application is shifting towards that unmaintainable path. The code is poorly organized. The code is clearly not as broken down as it should be. There's different responsibilities and you know, duplicated pieces all over the place, and that concerns me. With notification subscriptions, here we go. So this is get notification subscriptions. on notification receipt. So this is no, that's not all the same thing. Does that mean that should be that? Sorry. That does mean that should be that. Okay. Um, Save item does not exist on. That's fine. Application subscription dialog. That's fine. Save item. Save subscriptions. Interesting. Why don't you offer me the chance to build that method? So, what I'm trying to figure out right this second is who owns this component? Who owns this behavior? Right. So I want to subscribe to changes against this thing. It is a planning item that I'm subscribing to, but this path is kind of generic. I do need to know it's a planning item. So that's an important differentiator. So that's going to be public. They're all public by default. It's just, ugh. I got to figure out styling, linting, all those sorts of things. What do I want here? I want this is the entity type equals input dot required string, right? That's going to be necessary as we add that task list. Now where are you? Planning items here. So now this is going to complain. Yeah, because we need that. So again, app notification subscription. No, I don't need that, do I? I don't need that. It's unnecessary. It's not generic. It's very not generic. I know this part. So I need to post to the subscriptions, planning items, endpoint. Again, I know which endpoint I'm going to, so therefore I don't need any sort of hard-coded type from the other side. I need to post basically an object that says, okay, this is my identifier, which is the GUID of the thing I'm posting, and the parameters, which is an array of parameter. So I do need the source identifier on this. Because I'm not open. Oh, I open it with the planning item, so I already have the planning item that it's actually attached to right here. Item is a planning item. This dot item equals item. Can't have it as undefined. It can be undefined because I have to open it off a planning item. So there's no point in saying it can be undefined there. So what I'm trying to figure out is who owns this piece. And again, my verbiage here is messing me up, right? So if you aren't paying attention and you are interested in helping in this language, then I would appreciate it. But I want to, I'm trying not to use terms I have. There's two phases for this, and we're only on the first phase. The first part is I want to register my interest in knowing if values change on this planning item, and starting with status, right? So if the status changes, or the status changes to something or from something, I want to be notified somehow, right? So again, my verbiage is my language is not defined here, which is going to make this more confusing, and the code is going to become harder if I don't sort this out. So am I subscribing to a notification? Am I registering a notification? Am I what is this called? So this piece, when we save this, right, we're going to save, ultimately we're going to save what we want to know about and how we want to be told. Now, if we're looking at the way the English language works, the notification aspect is the outcome of whatever this is. So right now, this is stored in the notification service, right? So all I'm doing is making things more confusing if I don't align my language here. So is it the notifications component? Because if we go back to the diagram, I am registering my intent here. Hey, I care about these parameters. When this gets changes afterwards, it will look at those parameters and say, is there someone subscribed to this entity or something related to this entity? If there is, do the parameters that they've actually set match what has changed? And if it has, we need to trigger an actual outcome, which again is distinct from the calculation of should I. So the should I notify them is, and that's why it's called notifications now. Should I notify them? And how I notify them are two separate pieces. So the method of notification, or communications as I've labeled it here, right, is wrong diagram, is this piece. So basically this is going to trigger a, yep, this happened, by the way. You probably want to know about it now. And now this is going to be where they configure how they want to be told and when they want to be told, right? Because it might be, I want to be told at the end of the week. It might be, I want to be told at the end of the day. It might be, I want to be told immediately. I want to be SMS'd. I want a signal flare sent up, right? It doesn't matter to the overall system that the notification. So is this a subscription? Is it a notification? I don't think it's a notification. I think this is the notifications component. Now, this is globally wrapped up as communications because it's more than just notifications. It's, oh, an email needs to be sent. Oh, this person needs, this person prefers SMS or whatever. It's more your way of controlling how the data is delivered to you. I don't want to be opinionated about that. So I want to flex that. So it's a greater system of communication. But this should trigger it. So is this a subscription to trigger the notification? Is subscription too general a word? Is it in the domain? Is the language correct? And I'm at a point where the crossroads of I could proceed with what I have, but every time I push forward and don't define it for myself, the right language, even if it is this, right? I push forward and later on that code is going to become harder to understand and harder to describe because I'm not going to be as comfortable moving around that code. So I am open to thoughts and opinions, if there are any. So feels like I'm close on the UI side, but I just need to figure this one piece out. And this is not going to be the last time this is touched. This is going, I'm not worried about the refinement of this right this second because I know full well I'm going to come around and change this and flex this and that and whatnot. Uh, uh, Having to make all these decisions is quite tiresome, isn't it? I don't find it tiresome. I just find it, I, I, I find it important. And it might seem like a waste of energy, but this can make the difference between maintainable and utter garbage, right? It could change the way I develop something. So it's worth pausing on. And I'm because I'm on two components now. I don't want to like I'm okay with the rename, right? I'm okay with refactoring and renaming all these pieces. I think the way I'm talking about it, it is a subscription to a notification, and there is a communication aspect to a notification and a subscription method. So maybe it is just notifications, um, and this is the communications aspect of the notifications, right? Handled in here. So there's a notification slice to communication. This is ubiquitous language, right? It's the if you are working and okay, I am not working with others at this point, right? There's no one actively engaged in any development on this product other than me. So it doesn't matter what I call it, right? It doesn't matter if I call it a random name that I just find in the dictionary. Um, don't do that, by the way. Um, it doesn't matter if it has a silly name or it has a temporary name. I can come back and change it later. But what if? What if someone joins me and that code is really confusing? So I'm treating this very much like it's a team project, uh, or how I would want to approach a team project, um, rather than just being, oh well, it's only my code. I don't care. Um, so that's why I'm umming and ahhing over this piece a little bit more than might seem useful. So I have notification store. A notification store has subscriptions in it, so it kind of follows that this is the right place. So with notification subscriptions, with methods, subscribe to notifications, get notifications, subscription, subscribe. Um, yeah, this is a bit weird. This one is actually the other side of that. It's kind of the, um, yeah. So we want async, um, save subscription. This is going to be a identifier string and then a parameters. Um, how do you say that's an array of parameter? That's not the way, is it? How did you? That's making me question myself now. How do you define an array of objects in TypeScript? Uh, Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. If anybody is watching and does want to know more about what I'm doing, you're more than welcome to ask questions. So is it just array? Is that what I should be doing there? Array of parameter? Oh, yes, because that is not that generic, is it? Any? Let's see what that looks like eventually. I don't think that's going to look the way I think it is. But anyway, so the goal here will be basically we want to say, okay, post to that endpoint. Um, uh, yeah. So notification service is messaging service. Ugh. Getting further away. Getting further away. Wow, we're almost at 1.3k followers. I appreciate all the support. This stream is not the most engaging. It's not the most entertaining. I appreciate people coming back and hanging out here all the time. It does surprise me some days. Yeah. That bug, it's going to drive me crazy. I gotta fix that at some point. Messaging service doesn't feel right, does it? Notifications service. Is there actually a notifications service already? Yes, there is. Why did I create that? 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 Why is messaging service and notification service not the same thing? I don't think I'm calling that code. With hooks on in it. Inject messaging service, get notification subscription, subscribe. Match date has pending update. So this is with notification subscriptions. That's that part. Basically, that's when that starts up, it's going to start subscribing. The concept there is one of, oh, when you actually initialize and start up, you want to start listening for changes to this, to things that look like this. The goal being that if planning items change in the back end, this will determine, yep, there's something changed. I need to patch it in. I'll go and do the background calls. So the goal there is very much to have the back end tell, push notification, push stuff, but without notifying. Just basically, oh, by the way, this changed. Here's your stealth update behind the scenes, so that you don't have to explicitly load everything all the time. You can just assume that that data is there. The only thing that's stopping me from trying to proceed with that is the fact that I'm still scared of the amount of data that involves. Although saying that, I was on a site the other day, and every 3 seconds or something, it was sending 38k data to me. And realistically, it was just is this ready yet? So with modern internet, what it is, I think we get a little less, sorry, guarded over just how data heavy some of these applications can get. But anyway, I'm firmly sending myself around in circles at this point, because this is getting, I think my naming convention here is so poor that I am left with um, no choice but to kind of do the right thing here because notification subscription. I'm calling this a notification subscription. Now, again, it's two aspects, right? It's both the subscribe to change and the note and the method of notification. Um, and again, that's the language block. I need to make it cooler in here, otherwise I might go to sleep. So today is not a limited stream. I am going for longer today. So I'm not panicked about getting this done. We'll go for as long as I need to go within reason. That being said, I don't want to stream for too long. No 8-hour streams here. not not right now anyway. That's for mad people. Notification subscription. With notification subscriptions, planning item. See again, it's just wrong. That's the weird thing. Like category, and I've got planning item hard coded there, so it doesn't matter what category it is. I might as well just say planning item here. It just has just ugh. So what this is meant to do is basically say, okay, well, this object, by the way, has a change and mark it as has pending updates. So if you go to look at it again, you will go and request the data. That's the concept there. So I don't think that's useful though. I think that's poor. So messaging service. This is where the other service is looking at. So the notification store in here is the right place, I think. Yeah. But I think this messaging service is the wrong name. Let's call it communication service and see how that feels. Public, save, subscription. And yeah, this is a straight through pass through. Notification service. It's this all over again. That, that, that. Okay, that's that. Yeah. Come on. Okay, now this is going to be this return this dot http dot post this dot base URL slash subscriptions slash planning item. There we go. That's the difference. Say subscription identifier. I don't like the idea of this string being there though. Oh, there we go. And this is going to be, so this endpoint, by the way, is going to be this one here. So we're going to send to subscription slash planning item. We're going to need identifier and parameters. So identifier is identifier and parameters is Let's try that and see what happens. Right, so that's just going to return you observable. And then over notification store here. Interesting. I'm so now the application has got to this size, right? It's very realistic. Um, in terms of the behaviors, the problems, the things you're facing. Once you get an application past the initial phases and you start to get to it having more complexity, the real problems start to show. The things that are going to bite you start to show. So what went through my head then, trying to share that, is I got into this thought as I was like, okay, well, hold on, I'm patching the state there. What is that doing for right this second? Well, that's just patching in the fact that I've got a notification subscription. You can't join two stores. So from the planning item, I can't join the notifications store and say, hey, by the way, do you have this data? Or I don't think I can anyway. So now I get into a who owns what, where, when, right? This doesn't have anything to do with planning item. So why would it? So what do the patterns look like for that? How do I tackle that? Because it doesn't matter, right? This is just, so this is going to be notifications service, which is now going to get called actually service dot save planning item subscription. And yeah, that is just a straight pass through. That's okay. That is okay right now. This might do more prep. And again, what I'm thinking of is, oh, it manipulates the store to say, okay, now you have a subscription. Because again, we don't want to have to wait for the round trip to the server to say, yeah, you have a subscription. So why not tell that now? But I don't have the pattern in place to do that. That's an interesting one. What does that look like? Or do you have a multifaceted store? Do you have one store with multiple facets to it? That is also a thing because of state, right? So the more I move towards this path of using signal stores, etc., the more I feel that I am drifting away from how it's intended to be used and more kind of just hacking it together. And that's going to bite me eventually. So not that a good couple of weeks of refactoring can't fix, but it's worth knowing about. If you are watching on YouTube, do not forget to, if you are enjoying the content, please do not forget to hit that like button. It does help get other people into the stream. It has been proven through, years of people saying, hey, hit that like button. But no, it does change the way that the stream pops up in other people's feeds. If you come in and watch a little bit and then leave, that's okay. But it also then tells that YouTube no one wants to watch this content, so just downgrade it. So if you are hanging out and watching the content, please don't forget to like. And if you want to see more of this sort of stuff, if you want to ask more questions in future streams, then hit that subscribe button and yeah, it'll help support getting the stream in front of other people. Okay, so we're gonna leave it at this. We're gonna see if we can get the notification piece to work, right? So we go over here again, and now this we need our store. So our store equals inject notifications store. because that's that. With notification subscriptions, we can do that. And now we can do this.store.save planning item subscription, this.item.id. And then this is going to be interesting. We're going to do this dot form group dot get status. How do I do this actually? That's going to work, but filter F goes to F, not equal to undefined. That should work. And then we can async that, await that. I don't think that's the right thing to do, but hey, what's the worst happens? Let's see, do you build? We probably don't build at this point because, yeah. Let's see. It might still be having problems, but if you change modules around, if you rename classes like that, even Angular's watch is not going to keep up. Property is pending, does not exist on. Subscribe to notifications. Notification. Oh, whoa, yeah, because the store does not have. So the concept here, the concept. Oh, again. This needs with request status feature, shared stores. I think that is what introduces pending. Yeah. So the idea, the thing there is what you can do is you can just do this patch state store comma is pending true. I think it's not is where are you? Where are you? Request status feature set pending. There we go. Set pending. Right. That should come from shared. Where are you? No, that should come from shared. I've got it copied. There you go. I'll have to fix that afterwards. And then you do subscribe. Patch state store set fulfilled. And that way the pending status should stop the button from being active while this save is happening, and once it comes back it should reactivate. Monster, hello, welcome in. Alert executed. Dog got paid. He got some nice fetches in a bit training. Nice. It's going well. How about yourself? Having a nice chill Friday morning. RJ, how's things? So we have status, we include parameters, we do that, ready for planning, or we say, no, we just want to include status. We hit save, things go badly, nothing works. Unknown error. Awesome. Oh, because it's not that, is it? It is not that. It is API/subscription/plan. Tell me what you've been up to. I was cooking, chef. So, I am currently working on Project Liquid Sky. Project Liquid Sky is a project management and planning application that I have been building for quite a while now. The concept is one of providing the tools for product teams to go off and discover and design what they want in terms of planning and requirements, etc. In terms of understanding where the status of things is, and allowing developers to go off and actually task that work out without the constraints of stories or requirements or all those things. They just line up a piece of work for a requirement, and then they go off and meet that requirement. So that is what I am currently working on. What I am actually working on in this product right now is this ability to subscribe to oh, that's got some performance issue right there. We'll see. The ability to subscribe to changes of, I think, method not allowed. Method not allowed. Interesting. All good, thanks. Going away for the weekend. My wife's birthday. No, special, just a nice long week. Nice. Long weekend away is good. Take a break. Get away. That is good. The way the stream works, if you are interested, if you want to ask any questions, if you have any thoughts or opinions on what I'm doing, you are more than welcome to share. I'm happy to talk about what I'm doing. I've been developing this for quite a while. It is a large distributed system using all sorts of different technologies. Again, that I am happy to go into my usage of if you have any interest. Yeah. I have been a developer for quite a while. So this is just me building a playground and building an application at the same time, giving me the chance to use technologies. It's been 2 hours now. Congrats. Developer for 2 whole hours. I know. It's quite a while. Yeah. Bit of experience built up now. I can build anything. Honestly, it's like making a game. No, I am one of the few app developers on Twitch. I have dabbled in game dev stuff. I do want to do game dev stuff eventually, but that would be a very side hobby at this point. This is kind of my passion project. No. Don't worry, the stream is not switching to game dev. I have dabbled though. There's several streams of Godot and Unity, etc. Yeah, I'm gonna stream soon. I'm gonna start my game dev journey. um so I love games. Games have been a passion of mine for a long time, right? I collect games, I collect consoles, I am an avid collector. And I do want to stream more game play, not dev. I've been doing a lot of Gran Turismo recently, doing a bit of racing. I do want to get the retro consoles configured so that we can have some more fun with that. Like, how do you do on an old game? So yeah, it's fine. Game dev is a big thing on Twitch, right? And there's a lot of really talented game developers on Twitch. You know, if I look through my list of streamers right this second, Fullbox, Clayman, Moonies, IRAD, uh, there's others. I know there's others. Bonity is in there. Kratzenstein, Kratzenstein, right? There are a lot of game devs on Twitch. Um, yeah. Um, it's not about being on Twitch, big on Twitch. Just want to make a game. Yeah. If you are doing game dev and Godot stuff and you set up a stream, and you don't know Canny has built a library called Twitcher that integrates with Godot, and you can build out all overlays and interactivity with Twitch in Godot. So I highly recommend checking out that, and that's getting bigger, which is good to see. So yeah, but yeah, so I'm building Liquid Sky. This is my thing. I'm an app dev. It is where I'm better. I've tried game dev. It is not my forte. There's a lot of rules and stuff that I cannot get my head around with game dev. The way I'm doing it, right? The way, like the part-time nature. Okay, so this is saying not allowed. So API subscriptions planning item. So let's have a look at the gateway because I think that actually, let's have a look at this request. API subscriptions planning item. Host. That's right. Maybe you should start with the browser game. Nah, I just don't. I don't know. If I'm being very honest, I don't feel comfortable on stream doing that. It just doesn't feel uh yeah. But if you do want to, don't forget, when I do game stream, I do stream games there. I do not pollute my channel with gaming. Uh so you can pick and choose what content you do watch. And I appreciate the people who've followed over there. I've done a lot of Gran Turismo. I do want to get into more games. Part of my plan for this next week, and my honest plan, is to get my room moved around and organized so that I can actually have all my streams set up in one place and have the ability to just go, yep, I'm going live on different channels. Because right now I have two complete setups. Microphone, audio, the entire lot, capture cards, etc. That posted the right thing, but it gave me a 405. But that's the same URL, is it not? And that content looks. Oh, hold on. Payload, payload, resource. No, that's right. Parameters. That's identical, isn't it? Property status from to. I'm calling shenanigans. What am I doing wrong there to get a 405? Got the bearer token, everything's in place. Okay. Uh, So the gateway, go away, Copilot. I don't want. So we have the gateway. It's a YARP gateway, and the configuration says so. Unlike um, um, Ocelot, which I was using previously, the configuration doesn't actually specify which properties. So this is going to go to API subscriptions catch all. So the idea there being that everything past that is fine. So planning items or whatever I add, I don't have to keep going through this. And I call it the notifications cluster because it's going to notifications and over here. So what is going wrong? So let's go to, oh, that ain't good. Let's restart everything. Let's see that everything is started up properly. Uh, yeah, things are fine. Let's see. Let's open the dashboard. Okay, things are running. Things are running. Things are starting. Okay, so if I go to the gateway, let's try that request again. Save. Oh, did that give me an error again? 405 method not allowed. Yep, there's a 405. But it went to proxying to localhost 7200. Okay, so let's show this. So it was the butler in the library with the candlestick. So they proxied the request. It went to 7200 subscriptions slash planning item. So let's go to the notifications piece now, which received nothing of the sort. Why? This is the notifications API. Did this start up on 7200? Well, hold on, I can tell that, can't I? Notifications 7200 slash swagger. Yeah, subscriptions planning item. I'll be honest, I forgot I had Swagger and stuff installed, so that's kind of that just surprised me a little bit. Oh yeah, I can click it. But either way, it is notifications. It is local 7200. If we go back to console to YARP, we can see it proxied it to HTTPS local 7200 subscriptions planning item, and that returned a 405. Oh, hold on. I'm sorry for that weird noise. I have permissions. Did I add a permission that I don't have? Endpoints, subscribe, support user. Uh, yeah, let's do it this way. Let's add a new permission. Um, Do we want a permission for subscription? This seems awfully cruel to an application user, but it does mean that you would basically prevent certain people from seeing notifications. So you don't have everyone able to just subscribe to everything, which would make the system noisy. Well, I want a permission for this. So support user is a role, or a policy that has create ticket list, ticket read tickets. It's just this is a experiment, um, more than anything. Um, my current permissions system is very granular. User permissions. These are user permissions. Um, so policies are something that I want to look into figuring out and enabling so that you get a group of these. Um, but what permission? I don't know what permissions I would necessarily put around that. So let's go here and just say, yeah. So that means you just have to be authorized. You have to be authenticated. Let's see if that was. So this is the post, and it works perfectly fine from the other side. So I have no belief that that would be wrong. Why? Okay, I'll start up again. Oh, sorry. Um, let's reload this. Why? Why? Cause? Why is cause required there? Oh, hold on. Derp. No, but again, this one works. Watch. Send. Yeah, that's fine. Oh dear. I get that, but watch. That one works. So why does this one fail? The only difference is where it's running from, but the cause is set for that. Yeah, I understand what cause is requiring, but it's already working. From the piece that's failing, it's already working. So if I run it from Insomnia, which invokes the API the same way as the website is, it gets there, it works. So if it was a cause issue, like that worked fine. Oh, hold on. Life that's the failed validation beforehand. That's the 401. That's interesting. So by default, it doesn't validate lifetime. So you get some issues there. But there's the 405. So if I do that again, right? If I just refresh, just just for the sake of it. But my browser's not the one. Again, it's not where the cause issue appear because it's coming back 405 from the API. There's no the communication is not from my browser that's happening to the actual API. The communication is happening from the gateway The communication is here to here. I'm 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 emulating this piece here. Ah, right. I'm emulating this piece here to here. So, but it's this piece throwing back 405 when it doesn't know about the browser here. It only knows about the gateway. So that proxied request is happening in both ways. That being said, I do appreciate that might be similar. Do I have that? I bet I have that set up on other stuff from older ways, but yeah. I do have calls enabled on there. Why do I need calls enabled on there? I guess I'm not understanding. So maybe then I'm not fully understanding how the proxying works. My understanding was it makes the request in place of me, but if it just forwards everything, then yeah, then that makes sense that it's forwarding the original source. It's irritating. So I get what you're saying. And it makes sense now I see it, because obviously I'm hitting that issue. That's frustrating. Method not allowed. Cause error. But I do have that as a leftover in the other systems, and I bet I don't have it in here. This working as well before, so yeah, it's not in here. So okay, lesson learned. The proxy does actually forward the full request, including the need for, yeah. No, it's this. It's my default profile. I need to standardize that because obviously hard coded string from my client is there. Hold on, why doesn't that? Hold on, why doesn't that trip up this version? If I'm deploying it with localhost 4200, this isn't coming from localhost 4200. Why does this not have calls issues? Let's worry about that one later, eh? Let's not stress that right a second. This will likely fix it then. I don't like that as an answer, by the way. That isn't sitting well. So that is my fault, not understanding that the proxied request is actually carrying more data than I thought it was. So it carries that problem forward. Um, my belief was that it would follow the same behavior and offload the request. There is no calls requirements. This would have calls requirements, absolutely, but this shouldn't. Live, you learn. I'll hit the same problem next time as well. I'll also, by the way, we need to, when that saves, await that, and then this dot hide dialog. That's fine. Hey, Trench Monkey. Must be a good place to ask an OSS etiquette question. You're more than welcome to ask the question. I'm open to the question. People are doing their own thing as well, though, so you may or may not get a satisfying answer. We'll see. Okay, that was it. There we go. Thank you, Stony. So we should have subscription parameters status null. There we go. Okay, so let's test that again. Let's go here and subscribe to a different one. Include parameters, and when we change it to completed, we want to know that one. Status completed. And we're getting the subscriptions here. There you go. Okay, so basically I had an issue with the .NET tool, had some issues compiling and running tests, etc. in the original source. So I ended up creating my own tool that solves the issue. Okay. How do I contribute back to the original issue without having it seem like I'm trying to advertise my tool over the existing one? Well, if you've got a fix for the original tool, that would help others potentially using that tool, I would commit the fix. The fact that you committed it puts your name out there, right? It puts your name there as a contributor, and people may follow up on that. I think it's more of one of discovery. You could also post on a different forum, a different way. I built this tool, it solves this different problem, or it solves this problem in a different way. I feel it solves the issues more effectively. But if you're not going to commit back to the original code, then you don't want to self-promote, not in someone else's repository. You could a way, and I think it would be an acceptable way in my mind, would be you could post that you've built a version that solves this problem. You don't know how to contribute that change back, and then you benefit because your tool is looked at, and people may use your tool to pull the code and fix the problem in the original code. That is an option, I suppose. That's a win-win for everybody. You can just say, I don't know how to contribute it back to this project, but I have kind of solved the problem in a different way. That is a way. Depends on what you're going for. If you're looking to try and move people over to your project, I think that's not a done thing. Complete rewrite of everything. It's not like I'm actually trying to monetize and maintain the tool. Right. A complete rewrite of the original tool. So you've used the original source to reference off of and built it all again. Or you wrote it from the ground up, solving the problem without referencing the original. Interesting challenge. Right. Yeah, if you took the code and just kind of refactored it, changed it around, and then put your label on it, then that's not that's not going to be well received. Um, no, it's not about legality. I don't. Yeah. Um, um, I mean, the concept of of opens or the concept again with the word concept. A morning mojo, by the way. I apologize. You just woke up. I apologize. I didn't say hello. Um, yeah, that's a. I I'd be torn if you took the entire tool, used that code, and then built a better version without forking it. That's kind of outside of the what's the word? The intent. Um, if you'd have fixed the issue, um, and committed it back, that might be a way. And say, hey, look, I did some refactoring and built a new version of the tool with some different opinions. That might be a way, but yeah, I don't think there's any good way of putting that in front of everybody as, doing that. Okay, so we have a notification committing. That is good progress. We needed to add cause to that endpoint. That is annoying. Um, actually, removed, uh, removed, redundant policy from policy and funnies overriding overlooking anyway because it's really not necessary at this point. I don't see how the subscript the only reason I haven't removed it is because I really do want to get my head more around permissions in general. Um, include cause components on notifications. Uh, require only authentication to subscribe. Let's do that. Okay, so now we move to the harder part. Uh, we were so close to 1300. We dropped back. Again, if you are interested in this project, if you want to know more about how it's working, the technologies involved, you are more than welcome to ask questions. I'm happy to talk as much as I am to code. Making progress on this is something that I'm trying to do. I haven't had much time personally recently. I've chosen more relaxing than coding off stream, just for mental health, which is always important, by the way. But yeah, yeah, I don't know, Trench, what the right answer there is. To be honest, I think there's a morality issue for certain in terms of how you put that back into the community, as it is a I'm going to go with opinionated rewrite. If you took the entire thing and rewrote it to solve the one problem, then why not commit back the change, the fix for what they had, unless it was completely not fit for purpose? In which case, then going back into that community and saying, I rewrote your tool is kind of, uh, yeah. But like you said, you're not trying to monetize it. Um, so maybe there are other forums or other people posting, and you just kind of get visibility that way, where people are saying, "Oh, this tool isn't working," on a different, you know, on a different board or a different like Stack Overflow, if people still use that for that sort of stuff. Um, put it in front of people. It argues that open source software is a form of public infrastructure and should be maintained as such. I think the dream behind open source is valid. I think the way we are as human beings makes open source um, challenging. I don't think we have a right to it. Um, like there's an argument going on right now about games, right? The European um, petition um, that says games companies should, because they basically build it in that they can shut the servers down at any point, even if they just launch the game, they can shut servers down. There's no requirement, right? Um, you pay for a license to play a game. You have an expectation of being able to play that game for a while. Should you be expected to be able to play that game forever? I think the licensing needs to be very clear and needs to change if that's not the case, right? But it's kind of a world we've kind of lived in for the past 15 years since more live games became reality. Um, but I think open source, the dream would be one of contribution. Um, um, the dream would be one of community uh, engagement, and it's less engagement and more take. So people consider OSS libraries as being great. We can just take it and use it. We don't have to pay anyone to use it. That is the more common use of OSS. There are people that contribute back, and there are people that actively engage and do PRs, etc. But the majority are going to use. If you look at the like mediator, automapper, right? The licensing on that is relatively fair for the support, etc. Um, but it's still quite a cost. But it's reasonable. You build your entire application around these things, um, so they're saving you money. Um, but that switches that from OSS to paid product, even if the code is open. Um, yeah. So I don't know. There's a if you're gonna take an open source project, rebuild it, and then label it as yours, then I think there is a morality thing there that I have no issue with you building the tool, but I think you don't get to go back into that community and say, hey, look, I made a better version of it. Um, well, nothing's free. You get the bugs as well. That's the problem. That's the idea of OSS, right? The idea is that if you find a problem, you can fix it. What are you talking about? Trench asked if they could ask a question on OSS etiquette. They had an issue with the tool, issues compiling and running tests on it on the original. Created a new tool based off the code of the original, but not forked, from the sounds of it. Unless I'm correct me if you're still around, Trench, and do a um, correct me if I'm wrong there. But is wondering how to not necessarily promote the alternative version, but make sure people are aware there is an alternate that does solve those problems. But it is a lift of that code and a rewrite without a fork. So it's an etiquette question. How do I contribute back to the original issue without having it seem like I'm trying to advertise my tool or the existing one? My suggestion is still the same. Is like, if you want to contribute back to what's there because you now know what to fix it. Your name is there and people will see your name. And if they click on your name, they will see that you've got a version of that library, and they may say, hey, you know, um, this is a better version, or it solves some of these problems. Maybe you could take this, and it might work cyclically, right? That code might come from your library back into the original. Uh, yeah, it seems a bit like going to someone's party and telling. It's always the self advertisement thing, and like you said, Trent, you're not looking for, hey, look at this, it's awesome, and you're not asking to monetize it, but you don't want to sort of just go back in there and seem like you're promoting what you've done. So I'd let it be organic. If you want to contribute back, because that's the benefit of open source, then I would do it and let people discover you. Because if you fix a solid problem and it moves things forward, they're going to click on your name. They're going to see what else you've done. Seems a bit like when there are many libraries that call themselves spiritual successors. Yeah, sometimes that happens when those things go into maintenance mode. Sometimes that happens just because those, they're not as active as they once were, and it's more work than possible than necessary. But again, it's organic discovery, right? It's not self promotion. People will spread that word if they find that your library solves the problem. They'll go off and do the work for you, which is the more, in my mind, that's the more acceptable way because the community does, you know, the community speaks. When they put the MIT license on it, they expected this is a possibility, in my opinion. I'm saying this is a proponent for false. Right. Yeah. But if the desire is there to contribute back, I contribute back and not actually say, hey, look, by the way, I rewrote it. Do the contribution back, and then, anyone coming to it, if you have the choice of improving it or changing it or fixing other problems, community all around. I don't get involved in OSS. There is the risk that something you build takes off, right? But in the same, it's helpful to others. Every time I tried, my contributions have just been ignored, and the bug still exists years later. Yeah. My biggest concern with OSS is the opinionated aspect of it. Okay, so I'm not gonna. I kind of want to worry, but I don't want to. This. I need to fix that though. That's gonna bug me. So how do I know? How do I know when this is reset? Else. This is interesting though, because this is in it. Oh, this is going to be different. As a maintainer, I just can't handle that. I want to code, not manage opinionated developers. It it's partially why I don't want to open source Liquid Sky as well. Because if it actually is useful enough that people want to take parts from it or contribute back to it, then it would be that the nightmare would, yeah, keeping a track of that. Yeah, contribution guidelines and people don't always read guidelines, right? You still have to go through that. To be clear, and that's why Jimmy Bogard licensed it, right? Thank you for the follow, by the way. To be clear, I'm not trying to compete with the original. I probably don't want to be a maintainer of something that's actually being used. Yeah. No, I wasn't assuming that you were. I mean, the way you've said it, Trench, I think you've been very clear about what you're trying to do there. I'd say if you want to contribute back to the original, be known for the person who fixed the problem that people were having. And that way, if your version of the library is found, then it's organic. You know. I need to, 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 I need to set the values on this. This form group dot set value include status. this dot current dot this form group, this current dot from equal to null, or this dot current dot to equal to null. This seems janky. Status from this dot current dot from status to let's see what that looks like. Ouch. Harish, hello. How you doing? Let's do that. Okay, that's that. That's fine, but let's now. You're very welcome. Let's set that to in progress. Save that. Now let's open another form, and we need to reset those values though. How do you trigger a cascading reset? Like, what event is that going to do? When I do form group reset, how do I know that that is set to, like, well, okay. It's claw time. This is my favorite use of LMs right this second, is being able to use it for more searchy technique things. I have an Angular component that has a nested form group. When I call reset on the parent form group, I want to trigger the reset of the child. Is this possible? And it's going to say, yes, absolutely. Here's how to do it. And I say, no, that's not what I meant. Oh, yes, you're correct. That's wrong. Yes, this is definitely possible. Child group, this form group. My choice in the design there is probably going to hold me back. And Trench, thank you very much for the follow. Thank you for 1,300 followers. Thank you for hitting that goal for me. Wow. Popularity doesn't have a strong correlation with contribution these days. Any popular repo becomes a full-time job. Well, that's again the most recent references of this are Jimmy Bogard with Automapper and Mediator, and Chris Patterson and Drew, whoever. I think Drew still involved with it, but Chris Patterson primarily with mass transit, right? The requests for changes and bug fixes, etc., are such that they don't have, because it's not their full time jobs, that they have to do something to make sure that they can uh, lower their uh, contracted hours on other things and focus that energy on the tools. They're not trying to get rich; they're trying to make sure that they can pay their to support their families when taking that time to go off and maintain the things that they originally created. It's a balance. Um, their alternative is throw it out there and everyone like picks at it and takes the code and does what they're going to do. Yeah, but those are very recent and there's nothing stopping a right. That's still uh, for a business to do that is that's a lot to take on. You do not want to be forking repos and trying to maintain your own problems and bug fixes for that to use that product. Um, but there is a balance. There's a balance of, you know, uh, effort and trust. And um, nice. But if you as a business take an open source project and fork it to maintain it locally to use in your application, you now take on a maintenance concern yourself. And any bugs you find, any quirks you find, you end up customizing or fixing that in a way that wasn't meant for that product. So you can end up with a bastardization that is then maintained by your organization for years to come. It is a why the appeal of open source in the first place if you can just pick it up and run with it. Like free product. So the Claude recommendation on this one, by the way, is I'm not using a nested form as the actuality of it. It is a form group, but it is not a part of this form group because it is a form control of that value, and that value actually is that not a parameter? The fact that that even worked is what? Sorry, flashbang. Status include parameters in progress. That worked. What is this now? AI. Ask AI. Ask AI. Ask AI. I'm doing it. That didn't save anything. Yeah, I didn't say parameter, did it? Status. That's not. What is that now? Status is the form control name, but that is a parameter. That is a parameter. of string, right? Because that's the parameter. Brain. Why? Why was that working? Whoops. Let's go back to this. This is why you shouldn't set times on things right away. Because when I started the stream, I was like, oh, I've got plenty of time. I've got like 3-4 hours maybe. I can get the parameter stuff working, and I can go back to the back end. I can get the triggering notification stuff working. It'll be awesome. We can get some of that working. Nope. Form group dot get status dot value character JSON. Flash. Okay, so it's set to null. It's set to stat. That's not right. It's not right. Status is not shared model status. That's different shared. I need to sort this out. That's label and value. That's definitely 100%. That is definitely not what I intend there. I intend a parameter. So it's a form control of parameter string or undefined. That is the intent. The field, planning components, notification parameters. This is meant to be a parameter, right? It's intended to be built around a parameter. Right? That parameter has a property name and a from and to. That is what this is. So going that way, this should then clear that value because it should reset when I open the form. But now it's not behaving the same way. Why is this so slow? Must supply status parameter component 66 status from. Yeah, that's exactly what there is. That's still erroring. Let's go on this one. Must supply a value for form control with name status from. Am I typing this wrong? Oh, but that is a status. That is correct. That is a status. Okay, that is breaking. Must supply a value for form control with name status from at line 6620. One of them days. Stop guessing, start thinking. I'm so unaware of internet culture. I woke up and saw Pirate Software Hate on Reddit. Pirate Software Hate comes from things he said around the Kill Games thing. Then I was watching Jacob Levy, whatever he's called, did a parody. I don't know exactly what's been said. Yeah, so it's the Petition, not. It's this. Consumer movement initiative with the goal of preserving video games. It's because of games just being shut down. Because, yeah, The Crew was a 2014 game. It got shut down. So it's all, I think it's, yeah, here you go, reactions. Criticize the initiative. Yeah, so it's basically that. But the idea is, in Europe especially, a petition, not partition. Good morning, Mr. Anhorn, to not shut servers down or to give some path forward, I think. Yeah. Personally, as someone who, I like right now, if Polyphony decided to shut down Gran Turismo servers, right, it wouldn't work anymore. Half the game would actually go offline. Yeah. Anthony Winter, just lurking while trying to fix some annoying cause errors. Yeah. Yeah, had some of them myself today. Live service is a small portion of that, but everybody's getting hung up on that part. Yeah, I haven't. Again, it's internet drama. It is what it is. Like, to me, my retro games collection is the thing that I'm going to enjoy the most in 10 or 15 years, right? Yeah, I have the ability to extract all the cartridge games I own to ROMs with hardware I own, so I can play them online and not have to worry about using the original hardware. Yeah, but the way games are now is you can enjoy games now like that. Yeah. It's been coming for a while. I mean, the whole let me no, not what I was doing. Hold on, this window. No. Why would you do this? Never mind. You need to download. Yeah. 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 Again, we are consumers. It's up to us to vote with our wallets. We can and that's probably more on the topic. I mean, again, I haven't read up on it because it's again internet drama. I saw a criticism of pirate software. You know, we let's not buy games. Let's not support any game that's online only. Single player games, even single player games though, you need online. Day one patches, the physical media doesn't exist, or is existing less and less. Nintendo's practices with Switch 2. The more I see about what Nintendo's doing with Switch 2, the less I actually want to own the Switch 2. I will vote with my wallet. I will. This is someone who has. I have 5 Switches, mint in box on a shelf up there. Nintendo have had a lot of money. I have 170 or 180 Switch games over there. A lot of them won't work properly, or if at all, if I don't have online. So, essentially, I mean, the media dies anyway. Like even CDs and stuff, they degrade over years. So, in 30 years, my PlayStation 2 games won't work. But the PlayStation 2 was the last generation of games. PlayStation 2, Xbox, um, and early Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3 were kind of the last time we had no online requirement for games. Um, that's where the retro games collection really ends, and the majority of my games are actually post that era. I have more balanced after 2007 than I do before. So more than 50% of my collection is modern or modern era, like post 2000s. So or post mid 2000s. Bring my peer-to-peer downloads. Yeah. But yeah, we have the option of voting with our wallets if we don't want to have this, but then we just don't buy games. And yeah, that's not a great state. Go online and you know use GOG, support indie initiatives more maybe to get the entertainment you need, and accept that you're not going to have any AAA massive games for a while. But okay, so that isn't saving because why? So this creates the new parameter and then unchanges that. So this needs to be a parameter. 100% needs to be a parameter. Why doesn't that trigger that change? Hmm. Steam already supports PSP. I can download games from any other computers. Yeah. He wants me to pirate software. Or maybe he is pirate software. Well, he is also like his game is all about like, hey, by the way, here's the game, right? Like, I don't know. I don't know. I do know that eventually I will figure out how to get this room organized, and we will get retro games being able to be played on stream. We'll get that figured out eventually. Once I figure out how to get status triggering, why did I break it? I was so close to having good value here. So now this is null. Actually, why is it null? Status is that on null. Let's go in null. Equal to null. So this is why it didn't say parameters before, because now it's not actually storing these. It's filtering out the null values or the undefined values. But let's do that. So something's not like two-way binding. That's so null. See, that should change right now. That should change because now there's a parameter. Right? If I hit save, uh, get lost. Thank you for the follow. This dot form group dot get status is a form control with a null value. No. Trying to save yet another one. So I changed that to a parameter of string as a form control. which is exactly what this is. What am I doing wrong? Append to form control name ls stats parameter. So append to is disabled. This form group includes status. So I'm kind of self-containing the behavior here. I'm not actually making it this determines whether that parameter should be selected. It's this is a parameter available, and then this says, yep, I'm actually a value. Here we go, here's the value. So that would be null, which is fine. And that would be null. Right? Equals null. That's fine. It will be set later. Let's see. So, oh dear. What I am working on, if you have just joined, is my project management and planning application. That should change this to an object. This to unchange. Is this firing? Debugger. Let's find out. So when we do that now, yes, that fires. And then we do this dot form group dot get include status dot value is true. So when we hit here, this dot current is a status property. Okay. So our binding isn't working. That should be set. So everything there worked fine. It is recording the right information. This should happen. Unless this is override. No, because that's... value parameter string. That's exactly, that's what I'm meant to be tracking. Form group get status value. That is fine. That should be an object that is a status. It's going to be something really dumb. Really dumb. And then that's weird that it was saving it before though. It was actually tracking the object before, but it's not doing it now. Equals hold on. Why don't we do no, because that doesn't matter. It's not an it doesn't if I do that or do the other thing, it doesn't really make a difference. It can be null, that's fine, because I don't want a value set unless that checkbox is checked. If the checkbox is unchecked, then that parameter should report as null, and therefore we should have no parameter. So the idea being that this array is only going to contain values.
what's happening is it's not binding. That change is not firing on this form control. But everything I've done in the past has said that's fine. So here, if we do on select of this, right? I fire on change, yeah. And on change is my event that I have subscribed to. One way of knowing this would be if I put in subscription to this form. So if we do that, this dot form group dot value changes dot subscribe, right? Console.log value. Let's see. Ow. I'm just going to move that over there. Must supply a value. Okay, so we're still stuck on that. That's part of the problem. Must supply a value for form control with name status from. Must supply a value. So let's do this. Let's do null, 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 null. Tell me, tell me you're not hovering over your little reaction icons. There was an in notification on my phone. Have you not learned yet that I have like a compulsion? Said said James has posted something, so I went and looked. Sheesh. We have attention problems. It's fine. Okay. So what, what am I doing wrong there? It's complaining, telling me that must supply a value for form control with name status from. Well, that's status from. Is that still complaining? Sorry. Yes, it is still complaining. It is still whining at me. Well, that it doesn't make because it'd be null. That's the coalesce to null would be redundant because if this value is not set, then it's null. Therefore, it's the value. So I don't understand why that would be a fix. Oh, you are kidding me. So I have to explicitly set the value if that value isn't available. So it's not. And it wasn't working as undefined, so it's not like that is the truth. Okay, so now we can do in progress. And there we go. So now we can save that. And that will, yep, in progress on subscription ID 7013. Oh, well. Okay, so now the question is, when I open this up, there you go. All the values are still set. So now we need to reset it. So I think we just fix this in the cheapest possible way for now. In that we... What are you complaining? Why have you got a squiggle? Don't squiggle. So I think the cheapest possible way of doing this right this second is when we set this, we clear that value. So on hide dialog, we're going to have to reset everything, which is kind of dumb. What? Shouldn't reset set that to null? Which means that when I go back into the screen, that should be set to null. Okay, let's figure it out. Console.log setting value. Angular CLI server. So what I'm hoping to get to today is from the Angular client right now, I'm saving these parameters. These parameters get sent to notifications. So now notifications has this registered. If I change the status of a planning item, right? So one of these planning item changes, notifications will get a change. When it gets that, it should evaluate, are there any notifications that match these parameters? And if there are, let's publish that notification. What I'm thinking is the pieces I'm missing here is I think the communications aspect says, okay, once this notification arrives, let's save that identifier. Like let's save the I don't know whether you need to save the parameters of the notification, but you want to save that there is a notification available and that it is active. That way, when this thing happens, it knows to trigger it. Because I'm going to have to register the communication methods here based off a notification. So for this notification, here's the parameters of the or for this subscription, here's the parameters of the notification you're going to perform. Still very fluid in terms of design. But that's why we're doing it one parameter at a time, right? We're going to get the first parameter out of the way. As a product lead, I care about progress being made on products. As such, I want to be able to be informed when a planning item status is changed from in progress to complete. So, yeah. Now, the common sense component of this, like I want to be able to know when a I want to control ready for planning to in progress. If I go ready to completed, that doesn't make sense. I think that is very much so a status workflow that can be defined later. Like you can go from this status to another status. So when you select this one, we'd basically only offer the options that are available to go to that because it doesn't make sense. It can't go ready to planning to completed in one step. And even if the changes emitted that fact, like let's say I quickly changed it from in progress to completed, the changes would publish potentially the completed, but I can't rely upon that, so I shouldn't allow it. So common sense later would come in here. However, let's save that. So I got setting value null after I saved it. Now when I open another one, it's already set, but I don't get setting value. Well, that's weird. So let's do this. Let's open dialog this dot form group dot set value. Does that break everything? I think that might break things, but we'll find out. Okay, so let's go down here. Let's open that. Let's click on that. Let's check that and set in progress. Let's save that. Let's go here and open that. Must supply a value for form control with name status. Yeah. Status. No. Well, we're going to have a lot of test data to play with later. That is for certain. The status, include parameters, preparing, completed. That saves that. Now we got that. What? Why? Why are you not? Why does that not do anything? Form group reset should set that back to null. Right? That's the purpose of that. And it was logging those out, by the way. So, this, when I write the value, so the value wasn't being written every time. That's for certain. What is it doing? Man, you know, you book a week off work thinking you have a nice week, and right now it's showing thunderstorms every single day. Oh dear. You can't go in the pool in a thunderstorm. It just doesn't work very well. Okay. Fine. So, I'm not exposing this as a child form of the parent form. I don't want it to be, I want it to be a self-contained control that gives a value back. It shouldn't matter how it's implemented, whether I use forms or whatever internally, isn't a concern of the parent. That's a design choice. So I can't say it's a nested form and treat it like a nested form. I think that would be the wrong thing because it basically link the behavior. If I wanted to include this stats parameter in something else as a parameter, it's fine. I can do that doing it this way in a different form. That's okay. And I'm not trying to think about the reusability, but I'm just trying to think about the ownership. This control owns its settings to return a parameter. That's all it cares about. That it's a form internally is not a concern of notification subscription. Even if it makes my life easier, I don't care. I want to do this way. That is I'm sharing the thoughts, right? So with that, how do I reset it? Now, form group reset should set this value to null. It should reset it back to what it should by its defaults. With that done, form group reset should set that to null, which means that this value should be null and my form value should all be wiped out, right? In theory. But this right value doesn't get called when the form opens. Why? So let's prove that. Writing value. Hold on. Oh no. Let's have a look. So I'll bring up, we're going to bring this over here. I'm going to bring this over here. Okay. Just so we can see the events in the log. Actually, let's just do it this way. So go in here. No writing value. We open the dialog. The yellows, I've got to learn what that means, but it's not caused me problems so far. Interesting warning. But either way, so when I select this, right, and this, and hit save, I get writing value. Now I open dialog. Oh, did that work? Oh, did that? What did I change? I think it's because I accepted null in the parameter. I think it was actually this that actually fixed that then. Also, what that recommendation was is this is going to happen in the DOM, so that you're going to get a pop in. So the recommendation was disabled true there, but engine in it. Yeah, we'll have to worry about that later because that's not the same thing. Okay. We have progress. We have subscription parameters that don't make any sense. That's fine. Let's commit this. It's quite a bit to commit right now. So let's see what the AI does for us there. Add notification subscription dialog and related components. That was incredible. Include status property with relevant control, allow property from who, and we need to create a branch feature. Status notification subscription. Status notification subscription. Half the time I don't even read the commit messages when it generates. Jip it. Hi, Smoking. How you doing? Okay, commit and push. Good. Looking and working. Nice. Appreciate the work. Commit anyway and push. It's fine. Sonar cube warnings. Where is that? Okay, there we go. Rid of the one. Taylor. Okay, so what time are we on? 3 hours, 10:52. Okay. So let's start looking at the other side of this. This is where this gets a little bit more challenging. So if we go so UI for subscription is only 50% done. And it can only be 50% done because we've got a dependency on another item. Provide subscribe property on planning item. This is where this gets a bit more challenging. So right now, the view should be getting these subscriptions, subscribed entities, right? So we have got subscriptions to these entities. The fact that the parameters of those things are not the problem. The how do I know when I'm requesting the data that it's my user subscribed to that entity, right? So it's not like I can do it as a SQL query because I don't have that parameter available. In the SQL side of things. So I can't just join on subscriptions and say, oh yeah, this entity's got subscriptions, we're good. I only care about it having subscriptions if I am that user as well. So what I did have initially was view type planning item. And I had this is subscribed. And this is subscribed actually would use my claims principle and test at the same time I pull the data. And thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. It would test when I pull the data, oh, is this user subscribed to this? So yes, it would fire off a bunch more queries, but it would say, oh, does this happen? However, this resolver stuff got removed. So yeah, let's see where hot chocolate is with that. I don't know what a different way of doing this, right? Because yeah, it means that for every planning item I pull, I have to ask for subscriptions, but I don't see a way of pivoting that query. Is there a way of doing that? Is there a way? Is there a way? Is there a way? Who else was I lurking on? I was lurking on people. Huh. Okay, so can I do this in a more efficient manner? What I'm asking is, I have a GraphQL query against my planning items, and that just says, go and get me all planning items for my tenant. That's great. I also kind of want to say, oh, and by the way, for every planning item, include the subscriptions table where I have where I personally have a subscription. The person asking for this data has a subscription. How do I do this? Because it's easy if I'm controlling the queries all the time, but the actual way I'm building the GraphQL piece is actually a little bit more troublesome. So I have planning items. right? So get me all planning items. So this is what this query does. All planning items where the tenant identifier is this. Frank, hello. Hello again. Welcome in. How was it going? I'm sorry I was unable to raid you today, but I chose to do a longer stream because of the 4th of July. Hey, it's perfectly fine. How did things go? You're doing AI stuff, right? You were looking at AI things. I was lurking in the stream. Uh, yeah. Uh, I don't know. I'm still not sure. It needed our help. So what I'm trying to figure out right second is how to kind of conditionally include a property. So when I pull planning items down to the client, I'm pulling it with the context of my current user. I kind of want a value on there that is, am I subscribed to it? So I can indicate this icon here. Um, Previously I did this extra field. So this is subscribed became an actual field that was figured out by joining this planning item where I am the subscriber, right? So go to subscriptions where for that planning item. So it kind of does that as a query. But the resolve with was removed, I do believe. Oh, did they put it back? Because right now everything's still in context, so that should, in theory, join that now with that. But that looks like they put that back. That syntax was broken. Oh, null. So what is R here? R dot. Let's just try this. Let's see what happens. Yeah, I have been tempted to try and use a bit more AI stuff. So one of the things that's common in Liquid Sky project is if I'm creating a component, obviously there's a structure to that. If I'm creating a new endpoint, obviously there's an endpoint and then an immediate need for an application thing to go with it. Those things would be kind of cool to use. I think that would save me a little bit of time. I just don't know if I want to do that right a second. So we're going to open Nitro because we need to query this to see. Yeah, found updates. I think they got the update working and nope, they didn't. Nope, they didn't. Passkeys are awesome. Okay, so we need to go and get our token. Did I shut that down? No. Again, if you are new to the stream, if you want to ask any questions, if you have any thoughts, opinions on what I'm doing, please feel free. I'm happy to talk about what I'm doing. It is, you know, authorization. Okay, so get planning items. Statistics, entities, get planning items. If we go to this planning items query, right? what I want to be able to is subscribed and run that. False. False. So it's not failing. Is it going to return true at all? That said, next week I think I'll be using Rider's ID and maybe GitLab. I want to use different tools to learn. Nice. I like Rider. My entire JetBrains ecosystem I enjoy being in. I don't have any major issues with it. I've had more. I mean, I also haven't tried to adopt Visual Studio Code seriously. I watched Mr. Anhorn when he streams. You know, his workflow is kind of fascinating. Okay, that's clearly not returning anything, is it? It's not breaking anything, but it's not returning anything. Let's have a look to see if it did anything on the query side. Reload. View. Inner join associate project. Planning items view. Left join initiatives. Users. Associate projects 10. Yeah, it's not doing anything with subscriptions, is it? So I think that might be the problem that I hit, is it wouldn't actually figure it out. Yeah. Updates downloaded. Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I've kind of enjoyed using Rider for years now. Yeah. Okay. So this is the problem, right? What was that? Resolve with. So this is in the context of a planning item. This should modify the query. How do I do a resolve with? So let's go and let's go and ask Claude. I am using hot chocolate GraphQL. I have a property that I want to calculate on an entity using resolve with to navigate to its. So I am doing that. The thing I was saying before about the subscriptions, I kind of am doing, but I'm joining it based upon the planning item. So I'm saying, oh, go and get me all the subscriptions of the planning item. I now want to filter that and say, okay, am I one of those subscriptions? Is my user one of those subscriptions? Seeing you use it today, I thought about it, but I wasn't sure if it was all set up. That's why it will only be next stream. Yeah. Yeah, the thing I enjoy about Rider is the speed, the tooling. There's a lot of things in Rider that I don't need to move out of. Obviously, if I'm using .memory or .trace, etc., they're all built into this as an IDE, as from a navigation perspective. And you know, I use ReSharper. From a very early age, I used ReSharper in Visual Studio from like 2005, maybe 2004, 2005 period. ReSharper was a thing, and I quickly picked that up and did unit testing and stuff. So the JetBrains tooling, even 20 years ago, I was using and enjoying the experience. And Visual Studio evolved a lot to pick up those pieces. But yeah, I kind of shifted to Rider as my default. You know, with Aspire, there's actually an Aspire thing, I think. Yeah, somewhere. Um, it it is a kind of one stop. Yeah. So yeah, I have invested in the JetBrains ecosystem. I'm using a hot chocolate GraphQL. I have a property that I want to calculate on an entity using resolve with to navigate to its
So I'm going to just give it this. It's not going to get anything particularly proprietary out of that, right? So the problem here is that I'm not able to resolve the claims principle and the planning item. Let's see what it says. Updated resolver method. In Hot Chocolate GraphQL, you need to use the correct parameter types in your resolver method to get dependency injection. No. Right? But watch what happens here. It's like, use no instead of I mean, it's telling me that that is the right way, but that's not going to work. So the reason I'm trying to get this piece done is if I can get this piece done now, I can subscribe to something and I can see that I am subscribed to an entity. From there, obviously, there's still the oh, go and get me the parameters because now when I subscribed, it's just going to show blank every time. That's going to be an extra piece. But once this piece is done, I'll switch to the back end piece and think, now how do I figure this out? Because it's actually quite messy. Let's have a look. So Nitro, run that. Retry, reload this. Is subscribe false? Is subscribe false? Is it? Does it in any way, shape, or form do anything I asked it to do? I don't think it does because there's the planning items query, right? It gets associated attachments. It gets the tenant. It does in no way, shape, or form try to make an effort to get that resolved field. So, does it hit the breakpoint here at all? No. So, Claude is wrong there. So, let's see. Hot chocolate is not using the resolver. I see no attempt to reference the associated fields. So lazy loaded proxies are turned on in this because it needs that for the right. It only yes. I am asking for it. That's why. I am adding the query type, yes. I'm adding the planning item type. Resolve. Well, that's a bit different, isn't it, Claude? That might change things. Is that context? Yes, that's context. So
What is this? It's not the same thing, is it? What? Okay, so an option that gives is this, right? Where you say, okay, you move this logic into here. And you do var planning item equals context.parent planning item and var user equals context.service. User principal, claims principal. And then you get rid of that. And you return that. Let's try that. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate it. And welcome in. If you have any thoughts, questions, opinions, you're more than welcome to ask. If you're just hanging out, I appreciate the hanging out. Come on. Don't break. Oh. I don't think things are going well. Uh-oh. We broke it. Null service for type claims principal has been... There we go. Okay. That's better. It means it's firing it. That is good. It is trying to do something there. So now how do we resolve the claims principal if it's not service? So do we have other values available to us? So we have services, resolver, that doesn't feel right though. That feels like we're resolving something else. But hey, what's the worst happens? Let's guess. Let's go and have a look and see. Now it should, I assume service would be DI. Maybe that's the other problem. Maybe the actual problem was that the DI doesn't actually inject the claims principal. So let's go to chili cream. Unleash the power. Developers, hot chocolate. So let's have a look. Fetching data. Server. Migraine, API reference. Got it. Resolve with. Oh, please tell me this framework hasn't changed. Resolve with, resolve and get through. Default. Injecting services. Add singleton. But we don't have. There we go. Add HTTP context accessor. Let's try one thing before we try another thing, and then we'll worry about this. Okay, so if we run this again now, we will likely get an error again. We should at least hit a breakpoint, right? There we go. Okay, so I think the resolve is not going to be the thing to use here. So we have a planning item. Do we have a planning item? Yes, we do have a planning item. Yes, we do have a planning item. It is blank as heck, but it is a planning item. That does not feel right. It feels very bad, but let's worry about that now. User. Okay, resolver might be the right thing. User.get user identifier. Nope. It's gonna throw. Because there's no identity. It's just a blank object. The resolver does resolve, but it doesn't think it does. So let's just try and put it back to the way they say it should look. Let's see what happens. I think it can't resolve that service, the claims principle, but okay. So they're saying that's not necessary, right? So why is that? Cannot convert null literal to non-nullable reference. So in their example, they're showing a string arg and a foo service, in which they're going there. They're resolving that argument there, but they have no issues doing that. Let's see if that changes in 15. Okay, this is no change in 15 to 16. I think I'm probably on 16. So this is saying, hey, come from the parent object, that's fine. But we obviously aren't getting to this. The context with the resolve with is in the context of the resolvers. And realistically, I think this is just giving it the method to invoke so it can go and figure it out. It's not really, that's why the default. I think it doesn't matter what I put there because I think it's going to, internally, that's just building an expression, which is going to then call that method and resolve those parameters anyway. So that's just so I can give it the pattern of the method, not the actual thing. Could be wrong, but so I think it's going to work. Let's see. So here, good haircut. Oh yeah, my hair's gone. Yeah, so this just puts us back to the same state, right? Yeah, yeah. I have a long drive ahead of me in hot weather tomorrow. My hair was getting to the point where it was unbearable. So yeah, went at it chopped. Okay, so we're not back to this. This does not do anything. Doesn't matter what I put here. Hey, Sally, how you doing? Yeah, my typical haircut is number 2 back and side, get rid of the curls. So when you see my hair on stream and it is kind of thick, my hair is so thick that it doesn't quite show just how much hair is on my head. It was over 1.5 inches. No, over 2 inches long. Sorry. It was just very curly. It was a good film, but I don't understand why you all have a day holiday to celebrate it. I always feel that today of all days is just not a day I want to be. Feels torn allegiances, right? Like celebrating the 4th of July, but also being British. It's water under the bridge. No, I will not make that's. Yeah, that's fine. You're not British. Oh no. Steel Clash Resolvers. New here, what is Liquid Sky? Liquid Sky is my project management and is Project Liquid Sky is really the thing. It's a code name for my project. Liquid Sky is a project aimed at. Yes, it is also a film from the 80s. But I did not know that. It is aimed at trying to smooth out some of the problems I see in project management and planning by splitting the project management and planning aspect away from the development aspect. Also a game in the 90s, was it? It is a this is actually the product the software working now. I am using the software to plan the software. This is written in .NET with an Angular front end. And also a cloud provider owned by Walmart. Okay, fair enough. So the concept, one of my favorite words on the stream apparently, is that as a product team, you can go off and plan things, and it doesn't matter. It's not all work to be done. It's ideas and thoughts. And then when you go as a developer, when those planning items become defined, you can go off and task them out. So you can build tasks, and those tasks have that requirement linked to them, and then we can work through the boards. And again, this is what we're actually doing. So the tasks are the technical components that are not constrained by product, but then product can see progress on things that they, so this is their requirement. Here's the things the developers say need to be done to meet this requirement. Great. We know where the progress is. This is complete. This is in progress, and this is ready for development. Right. So we know how much of the work that's been plotted out has actually been achieved so far. If QA had QA to do on this, if DevOps had requirements for configuration on this, they'd all be added here so that the product team can see, okay, there's a load of work to be done, or this has all been done and it's ready because all this work has been done. Right. So the intent is to try and increase visibility. What I'm working on right now is the ability to say, as a product member, right, hey, I care about being told when things happen to this thing. So if a planning item adds a task, or if a planning item adds a new requirement, or if a comment is added or a notification comes along that says, okay, well, this has been moved back from in progress to ready for development, or this has been cancelled, I want to know, right? So the system can be more transparent about what's going on. It is a large distributed system because some of this is as much a playground for me as it is an actual thing I'm building. There is a lot of technology, which I'm happy to talk about. If you have any questions, thoughts, or opinions on it, let's have a chat. Right. I reserve the right to be, okay, that's great, that's your opinion. You know, we'll have different opinions as to how software should be built, whether it should be uh, all one thing or all little things. There's no right or wrong way. So, yeah, welcome in. So yeah, there's also Discord attached to the stream. If you are interested at all in joining the Discord channel, you are more than welcome to ask any questions, share technologies, share opinions on what on software development in there. Yeah. So this does not work. No matter what they tell me in their documentation, this does not resolve anything. It does not get into here. Or maybe it does get into here. Let's try. Oh. Well, it's going to fail to fetch, isn't it? Because I'm not running. So yeah, this is a large distributed system using quite a lot of technology. If you are interested in knowing more about the technologies, if you have any specific questions, yeah, please feel free to ask. It is perfectly fine to chat in this stream. It's not about me making progress. This is a side project. It is not a business. It would be great to turn it into a business, but that is not my driving ambition on building it. My plan on building it is I want to build something I think solves the problem, and if it goes that direction, that's awesome. I have to manage my own expectations. This is too big a product to just jam out there. Okay, so we get here. User is authenticated true. That's the actual user. And the planning item is valid. And that should do that for every single planning item. Time you scuba, Steve. We should have trues in here. Does anybody else see true? I don't see true. You're lying. So that works. But it's a liar. Where's my where am I spray dashboard gone? There we go. That did not join that query. Right? Run that. Okay. So this works, but it doesn't join. So let's stop the view. So this is the most overly well, not overly complicated, like I almost swore. It's a terrible name for a project, but it is kind of the view concept. So this is the overall diagram of Liquid Sky, right? So this here, the view, this is GraphQL. All the data is using Kafka to uh, sorry, no, the data is not using Kafka. The services use Kafka to publish the data that they deem public, right? So if I go off and build a component of the system, I get to control the data internal to that system. If I have calculations or things that are internal and only necessary for the state of that service, I might never publish that data outside of that service. It doesn't matter to the rest of the world what I use, how I do it, how I control it. That's the tables and structures within that component. The data they publish to Kafka gets consumed by the view services. There's all that data gets consumed and gets like reconstituted. And it is the view. So, but the view has SQL behind it, which has views. So it is the worst possible name for a service. However, it does kind of do what it says on the tin. So what I'm thinking here is if I go to this now, what happens if I do dot include p goes to p dot subscriptions and I restart that view? Actually, I could have used a dashboard for that one. That would have been fine. Oh, that doesn't. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, that causes all manner of problems. Okay, lesson learned. Stop it in. Stop it in the dashboard. This would have been a better way. Okay, that's a no. Stop. You're not ready yet. I paused there. That was a Grolsch commercial, right? Stop. It's not ready yet. My YouTube popularity today was fleeting. It went back to a big fat donut. But here's what we're going to do today. We are going to stream until either I solve this and get the other part working, or One Line starts community day stream. That's going to be the marker. So we might go for quite a long stream today. Some weird sounds coming from my computer. Blip, 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 blip. Okay. Go to console. See, it doesn't include the subscriptions. So where is that happening? It doesn't do that extra query. So let's go into, let's put a breakpoint here. Let's hit this and hit it once more. Okay, subscriptions, no. 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 It's because the subscriptions are not populated. Come on, stop. So if it got to this line, it would work fine, but the subscriptions are not populated. So how do we make it populate those subscriptions? Well, I don't know of any other way of doing it than that. Get planning items. That's the exact endpoint I'm on. I'm on get planning items. That is it. It's just, but it doesn't. It doesn't resolve it. What I'm expecting to see is either a separate query in here for, oh, go and get me the subscription, which would be expensive, yes, if every single planning item that came through had that extra query. Interesting. Team associated project, team ID 1, project ID. That's an interesting warning. Well, that's totally independent of this problem. So planning item here is the actual, when I say planning item here, this property here is the view, right? It is the a link to the subscriptions view. And that planning item subscription has a subscriber ID and a subscriber, which then has the relevant user it's connected to. So back in this planning item type, yeah, we see subscriptions where the subscriber dot identifier, the subscriber of that subscription dot identifier. So we're using that navigation property. But this is not. So this collection is not. If it was empty, I'd believe that it was including that collection. I don't believe this will trigger anything different, which is why that's got null there. And this was working initially. Away. So what do I look at? What do I look at here? So the integrations, the entity framework integration is one piece. I could try and see if that is necessary. Then that's why doing anything to join. The problem is that I'm using several facets of the technology together, which is probably not helping me very much. So I don't think it's anything specifically entity framework based. By doing this context here is the resolver context. And again, this resolver, it says, okay, well, you're going to give me an instance of this, and then you're going to solve this. And like I said, I think this is actually more a, by the way, we're going to call this method than it is an actual invocation, which is why the default, because it then resolves these things. I hate those things. Like, I really need to just start putting there's probably I don't want to disable the rule because sometimes that's necessary, but sometimes you want to tell it, exclude this rule. There's one actually, I think in this where I have to do a pragma to enable prototype features. Otherwise it just won't work. Oh, I know I have to do that. That's not this. It's AWS. The AWS library needs prototype features turned on, which is fun. So I'm not sure how to actually figure this out. That's where I'm stuck right a second. The problem is that the planning item subscriptions are not being joined by default. So I don't have any subscriptions. But is it because I don't have the right navigational property configuration? Maybe that's the case. So if we go to context, configuration view, planning item view, planning item subscription view, has one planning item with many subscriptions. Dot has foreign key, has principal key, blah, 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 blah. Has principal key. Um, Sorry. So what I'm can I force the join? I've got to basically be a bit more transparent with them. Um, what I'm wondering is, can I make it? Is it something to do with the configuration I have there? So this configuration will say, okay, well, link these two. There's one planning item with many subscriptions, which means a subscription has one planning item, and a planning item has many subscriptions, has a foreign key. Maybe that's not allowing it to join properly. Uh, I don't think that's the case. I think it will figure those things out because it will know, oh, that's a planning item, right? It can infer these things, right? So subscription has planning item. It will know that that is linked on planning item ID. It doesn't need this explicit configuration. Um, but it's definitely not doing the join. Like, I'd be happy if it actually executed the um the associated query. Like, if I saw a bunch of select star from subscriptions where whatever, I'd be okay with that. Maybe I do need to just break it out in that way, and it doesn't do that. But 1 second. Um, I'm joining a. So I'm using projections, right? So projections only work if I am pulling a field from that thing. So otherwise it will clean that out. I'm joining a nested collection with projections. Can I force a join? It includes subscriptions. Yeah, that's what I just did. Uh, Okay, let me share this. This is probably useful to understand. So I'm carried it on the conversation with the resolver, right? So it's got the context of planning item, etc. So it understands the relationship between planning item and subscribers. So I said, I'm joining a nested collection with projections. Can I force a join to be able to create a projection? And of course, the answer is yes, because the answer is never going to be no. There's always a way, right? Sorry, family. So force including your query root. That's what I did. It doesn't force the join. I don't know why. Use a custom resolver with explicit loading. So this one says, okay, well now inject the DB context. I don't like that. This would give me the separate query thing though, right? Set paging with projections. I'm not sure how that helps. Configure type with explicit projections. So again, I'm doing this essentially the same thing as the other suggestion. I'm not sure why they differ in terminology. Use data loader for optimal performance. For the best performance for nested collections, use data loader. So data loader injects a factory, gets a scheduler, load group batch async. That's the data loader where, and then add data loader there, and then is subscribed. We inject the data loader. For your use case, I'd recommend approach 3 or 6. For simplicity, it creates a separate query, but it's straightforward. For 6, it batches queries and avoids n+1s, which is the dangerous part here. Right? If I do this, I'm going to do for every planning item I have, I'm going to do the extra query. So I'm going to double that. Well, that's what I'm trying to do. Ultimately, I'm trying to avoid. I'm trying to add a query that says, okay, so again, they're redundant. I don't want to leave them sat there because it is redundant code. I'm not sure how a data loader necessarily solves the problem. That's not something I've done before, right? So the data loader here, grouped data loader int subscription. So that pulls that. And then it builds a collection of subscriptions given keys. And then we say, okay, well, though now go and it creates a lookup. So I think that's going to create a memory cache of these things. That could be messy. And then we just include the subscription loader so we go and get that. And we're returning any. This might be our solution. Let's test it. Okay, so we're going to do it all inside. I'm doing all this in the website because I don't really know what fits where right this second. Again, it's more a case of keep the code close, solve the problem, then figure out if there's an actual organization that matters. Right. So infrastructure, data loaders, subscription, data loader. So let me move this back over here so I'm not copying and pasting it. I'm writing it out. It is my way of doing this. It is because it will help me understand what it is I'm doing at the same time as subscriptions by planning item data loader. That's fine. And this is a grouped data loader using an int
and a subscription where subscription is in view. Okay, that's fine. And it takes the IDB context factory of view DB context factory, and it takes an I batch scheduler. I'm concerned that this might actually just do queries for the sake of doing queries and then cache them somewhere, but that's fine. And then we're going to go to here with our scheduler. No, you don't like that one? With options. You didn't mention that one, did you? Cache. That's interesting. We'll have to figure that one out afterwards. So now it's going to implement missing members. There's our low group batched async, and that takes our keys, that cancellation token, and then we're going to create a connection. And it's giving us a context factory so it doesn't hold on to things, and we can get rid of these things in a very short amount of time using var context equals factory.createDB context. Var subscriptions equals await context.subscription, pulling out subscriptions. Dot where s goes to keys.contains s dot planning item ID dot to list async cancellation token. That means that's going to want that. And then when I do that, it's going to go, oh, you could do async here, passing a cancellation token. Now you want to do an await using await that way. And then we're going to do return subscriptions to lookup. Why don't you like that? I lookup cannot convert I lookup to planning item subscription. So that's because that is the wrong type here. Planning item subscription. Right? Query. Yeah, that is a planning item subscription. I just call it subscriptions because it's redundant, right? So that's fine. So the guy there says now we can do that. And then we need to go and add our data loader. I'm interested to know when it's going to do the data loading piece, right? So this is my GraphQL setup right now. Everything's in the program CS. I will move this out. That I do not want this sat here eventually, but it's the simplest way of not overly complicating this even further. Add data loader, subscriptions by planning type. There we go. So that gives us the data loader. And then its suggestion is to go and inject that into our thingy, or what's it? Right? So we now need to do in our planning item type here, we need to do this subscription data loader, right? And instead of this now, we want to do var subscriptions equals await subscription loader dot load async planning item dot ID
this becomes async task, async task. This is getting a little bit further away than I want to be, but we'll return subscriptions dot any s goes to s dot subscriber ID subscriber dot, oh no, no, it's not going to do what I want it to do. Identifier equals user dot get user identifier. It's complaining here because that could be null. So that's going to be default there. Again, I think this is a method signature, not an actual thing. So yeah. And I don't think we need to do async await there, but I think it'll figure that part out itself. I think, though, that I might need to do dot include s goes to s dot subscriber. I think that might be necessary. Let's find out. So Claude's recommendation was this would increase performance and batch the queries. So I would end up with fewer or avoid n+1s. And n+1. So n+1 is this problem, best described by someone who is really awesome at databases. Being the number of queries you are executing for any given data set. Okay, so that started. I'm going to run. What's the worst that happens? An error? Oh, there you go. Did that. It executed a different query. 100% executed a different query. Do we have any truths? Nope, did nothing. So what it did there is it executed a query that said planning item subscription view, inner join planning items view, inner join users view, where value in. Okay, so it did execute the query for the planning item I had. And it collected, so what it did is it collected a list of the planning items in the set and then fed that in as a data loader. In theory. Or it cached them. Let's have a look and see if it hit, when it hit here and when it hit here. Run that. Okay. So we have one planning item of 0. Then we get here, and our planning item ID is 0. That's actually right. Why is planning item ID 0? Oh dear. Why is planning item ID 0? I've got a feeling this is being executed in a way that I don't expect it to be executed. Yeah, we're never populating the planning item ID. Of course. Ignore ID. Do we have identifier? This might actually be easier. Can I do GUID? GUID. GUID. I wonder if that ignore just says you don't have a value. Let's see. This might have been the problem all along. No, because it wasn't joining the data. Now it's joining the data. So if you're interested in learning more about Liquid Sky, if you want, if you like the .NET content, there is a whole lot of videos on YouTube. The YouTube is linked in the cards below. You are more than welcome to go over there and have a look. I do a lot of this stuff. I've been a developer for a long time. I'm trying to use this opportunity to build tools in ways that I want to build them and explore new ways. I think that's a very important aspect of what we do to improve. Not that it's necessarily, but I spend a lot of time doing this sort of stuff in my spare time because I just love doing it. I love software development. Keys. Oh, look, I have identifiers. So they changed that behavior so that this will probably work now more than it's done before. They changed that behavior. Oh, look, is subscribed true? Is subscribed true? We have a win live on stream. It's not all failure. So they changed that behavior. I swear they did. So this now works because the identifier, look, I ignored ID because I don't want the ID ever returned. So that part is happening before the resolve. So ID was always zero because there was a property ID on the object, but the ID was never populated. I was ignoring the query. I will never go and query it out, right? So if you look here, select identify, it does select ID. That's weird. I'm wrong. That's very strange. But maybe that pipeline hits differently. So this ID here is it's a mapping, right? It comes out as ID because of the query. Here, yeah. ID is identifier, right? ID is identifier. But it doesn't actually pull that. But that is correct now. So 888498 should have a subscriber, right? So planning item subscribe 888498 has, yeah, I am subscribed. I should be subscribed to a lot of them, actually. True. Yeah. True, 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 true. Okay. There we go. So 64 planning items. So it can cache that as well. That's interesting. We have subscriptions. So if we just do where is subscribed equals I can't filter on that. Okay, never mind. The truth of the matter is that's there. So the beauty is, on this side of things, I pretty much already have that functionality baked in because I had it originally. So I should be able to put on the planning components, planning items here. There's no entity type. I removed entity type. It's complaining. Over here now, I should have um um item dot is subscribed. Let's try that. What's the worst happens? There you go. So all the ones that have the X, the slash through them, have no subscription. Progress. Now, that icon is wrong, right? The ones with the slash through have no subscription. That doesn't, this, again, I'd rather have that as a solid icon and that as an empty icon or something like that. Or maybe maybe it's alternate. So we do, if it's subscribed, a slash through says there is no subscription. The full bell says there is a subscription. Let's go with it for now. But either way, that is functional. Also, that's wrong. Those didn't move, did they? Oh, they did. I don't know how I managed to subscribe to all those though. That doesn't feel right somehow. Let's just do this. Feels like there's an awful lot I'm subscribed to that I think I shouldn't have been subscribed to, but so 7D8. 7D8, yeah, that is one. EDE. EDE, yeah, that is one. ED7, yeah, that is one. 034. 034, yeah, it's not wrong. So there's 17 of them I'm subscribed to. 304, 30F. Yep, that is there. Okay. Okay. It is telling the truth. Show differing notification icon when is subscribed is set. Now, I know that doesn't move it forward because there's obviously now there's the ability to click it and then just have nothing there, which means adding more subscriptions, which is fine. Yeah. I don't mind the data loader method. I think that the caching there is going to be interesting and that could speed up things a lot. Caching in general right now in GraphQL is not set. So most of the data I'm getting every single time. This is unlikely to be null by virtue of this to lookup, this to list async. It's going to be empty or whatever. So we could potentially just say that. I don't want to make it so static method. I can't put private on it because it is being invoked there. Yeah. So let's created data loader to pull. Now again, if there's hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of planning items, it could get kind of slow. It's going to be a lot quicker than querying every single planning item. That's for certain. It would have been nice to include the planning items as a nested collection of each planning item. Therefore, the query would have been modified to say left join subscriptions where these parameters. But this works to pull subscription data, and I learned something, right? I learned a new pattern for planning items. It's interesting how it works though, because the way that resolves that, it resolves it per planning item, but doesn't actually do the to list on the planning items until it's figured out all the planning items. Yeah. I'm still going, yeah. It's a day off and I'm making progress, and yeah. How are you doing? Your work day's finished now, right? No, it's not going to be an 8-hour stream. I know exactly when I'm going to finish. So nice. So I was tempted to open the Discord channel today, but I didn't know whether I really wanted to necessarily do that. But this is the community day warm-up stream. I feel like I'm getting a cold. That's tired. Worn out, worn down. Get some rest. You'll be fine. I am not a doctor. Created data loader to pull subscription data for planning items. So yeah, that's an interesting pattern. I like the coding behind that intrigues me. There's some definitely interesting code there. Planning items to avoid n+1. But now we have essentially completed a piece of work. Not essentially, actually completed a piece of work. So if we go to our tasks, go here. So UI for subscription, add button to planning item, show dialog as per mockup. When saved, should indicate that there are subscriptions. Notification integration event exists, right? So it is getting those integration events. Again, I'm not changing the planning item, which is an interesting challenge here, because when I save that subscription, I'm not changing the planning item. But I don't intend for this code to get released until these little things work out. So I'm going to leave it as is for now. I think again, the stores and stuff aren't necessary to organize. But that does mean that we can move that one over to complete. That is done. And this is done by virtue of just what I just changed, right? So those three things are done. We can now create a subscription to an entity. We can reflect that in the UI, do that in the UI, and then we can also reflect that we have a subscription. It is imperfect, and I also need to start my sprints. Yes.
It isn't perfect because there's a lot of little quirks in there. It doesn't instantly update the UI. So if I make a subscription, it's not going to actually indicate that it's doing that. It's not going to load that subscription. So if I want to change the parameters, I don't have those stored right now. There's no concept of editing subscriptions. So as we move forward, right, again, more waterfall planning style, I can subscribe, right? But realistically, edit subscription on planning item. Um, goal, allow user to disable, delete, or change parameters of a subscription. The assigned product manager is me. The assigned project is client. Review date, I want to review that next Saturday. The initiative is notifications. There's a dependency on subscribe. Right. So that's now tracked. Again, there's a whole lot of things in here, right? From a requirements perspective, this piece is now essentially done. This requirement is met. But now we move to notification, the actual act of notification. And there's a whole lot more to go into this because this is why it is important as a developer to understand the product you're working in, the requirements of the product, the needs of the product, the technology backing the product. I should understand the code, but I should also understand the reason why I'm doing the code. So a subscription for notification, again, language pending, now has parameters. So if I go to my notifications piece, so if we go to notifications, DBO, tables, subscription parameters, these are the parameters that I've defined. So I've said, okay, well, for this entity, this subscription, I care about the status field changing to completed. That's that subscription. Again, right now there's multiple subscriptions to the same entities, so some of that's going to be confusing. But there's my subscriptions. How do I take this and say, oh, who cares? Well, in the code, as it stands in the receiver's code, I have a changes receiver. And on receiving of changes, I test to see what is your entity type, right? Is your entity type planning item? Yes, it is. Okay, let's go and proceed to process that change. I go and get the list of actual things that have changed and go into this. And right now, all this does is says, okay, let's go and figure out for this entity who is subscribed. So we go into subscriptions. We have our identifier. We go, okay, here's all the subscriptions for this entity, right? Now we need to layer on top of that parameters. This is where it's going to get a bit messy. I have fields that have changed and I have values. Ultimately, this send to user inbox is the thing that's going to change, right? Because I'm going to basically have to figure out how much information I need to send. I think I know how I'm going to do this. Boing. Transform pipeline. When I calculate a change, the change publishes out, right? So notifications can look at those changes because if I'm changing, I don't actually store the fact that I said, oh, check for status completed. I check for status GUID potentially,
Right. And in this case, I think I mean it is values, but whatever it would be. If I'm checking, is it changed to this user? Is it changed to this user? I can check those things over there. The transform pipeline takes those requests and says, okay, well, this is a GUID. Let's resolve it. Again, each piece needs to be added in and stretched out here. But the idea is that the idea is, I said that in a very strange way, that the transform pipeline enriches that data. So it's going to pull all this, the other system data, and say, oh, well, this GUID actually resolves to a user, or it resolves to a status, or it resolves to a string, or whatever. And then it's going to publish a more complicated object with the actual data as it stands. I believe I have an identifier on that change. So the change record that this has will line up with a transform. Or if it doesn't, that's what we're going to make it do. The communication system is going to be a consumer of this pipeline, and it's going to store the data in a transformed version for every single thing. So when I publish a notification, say, yep, here we go. We've got a notification for this thing. It can say, here's the change that triggered it. Right. And then when it produces the events, it can consume, it can say, okay, this changed, this changed, this changed, this changed, this changed. So even if you change the thing 5 times in a single day, each one of those changes could be consumed into a status update. Because it'll say, oh, it was changed 5 times during the day, because we'll have a change ID on each of the notifications. So we don't need to deliver the data as part of this. We just need to deliver this is the change that triggered the notification. Here you go. And now we know the notification was triggered, and we know we can bind that up. This will cost, because this will consume every single change, but it doesn't need to own the database. It doesn't need to have full copies of the data, because this has got that piece. I think that's the way it works. I think that will do what I want it to do. So again, if you are new to the stream, if you have thoughts, questions, opinions, you are more than welcome to share. I'm happy to talk about this stuff. There is a Discord attached to the stream if you're interested in joining, if you want to join in conversations. Sometimes we do hang out in voice chat. Sometimes it's random chat. It's talking about video games or movies or just random life stuff. But it can be focused on technology. At this phase in the application right now, what I'm building, there's going to be a lot of changes, and there's a lot of making it up as I go along and prototyping and figuring things out, which is my favorite way to do development. Well, not my favorite way to do development. It's my favorite thing to be doing in development, is figuring out some of these problems. Do I risk making things more complicated than they need to be? 100%. It could be way more complicated. However, if you think about the problem I'm trying to solve, I would be interested in how others would actually tackle that issue, right? Breaking apart notification from the method of communication is like, this entire world is ultimately notifications, right? It's the act of subscribing to changes and the act of communicating those changes to the user. That is notification. Having access to others' databases is risky from an ownership perspective. It's risky from a design perspective. Yes, it might seem practical. Yes, it might seem like the right choice. However, you do then end up with an inability to change. And if you need to have your own database behavior, if you need to store things or track things or whatever, you pollute another schema with concepts that are not its own. So I am definitely down 100% in this world of each context owns its data and has only its data that it needs. If planning requires something from support, ticketing, or tenant management, or some aspect of the data that it needs to do to make decisions within planning about what planning data it's going to produce, it can do that. That's fine. But it will consume it and store it. And yes, there's the risk of duplication, but there is a single source of truth. In this case, the single source of truth of the notification is this database. The single source of truth of what changed is this component. So this copy here is just a copy of that data. If the system was to go down, I just have to pick which databases cannot be lost, right? Or which columns or tables or whatever, well, tables more specifically, cannot be lost. There might be peripheral data, and I'm going to have to build ETL pipelines to back up, to be able to restore a lot of the data, right? So if I need a copy of plannings, like View can be completely constructed by querying the data from all the other systems, because it came from all the other systems. View should not have any of its own data in this database specifically. The GraphQL stuff should not be referencing stuff. Even is subscribed is a calculated field based upon data that came from another system. It's not a field that's tracked. Now there are some tables inside of View right this second that are tracking pieces of information, and I want to get rid of them because they should live over here somewhere. And it's why I'm going to get rid of the GraphQL WebSockets piece and replace it with a SignalR hub over here within the next couple of weeks, right? Because that's going to be one of these things. One of these requirements. C push notification. I can't do that without SignalR. That's what I'm going to use. So it's going to get more involved. Gateways have always confused me exactly how they work in practice. Because the web app just will see one domain and then the route determines which. Yes, that's exactly what it does. And welcome in, Artemins. Yeah, so basically, from the client perspective, it sees one API, and the routes within there get routed to individual services. And that just simply looks like this. So the gateway here has app settings. I set up all the different endpoints, right? And then these routes can point to the different clusters. That's exactly what it is. So it's a reverse proxy. It just figures out, oh, where do I need to send this actually? Right. So I can go in with one route and I can actually translate it to the route. And it does mean that I don't have to have the word API in front of my individual API services here. Don't have to have anything special. They can have what they need. Well, this is YARP. This is a YARP reverse proxy. So it uses a gateway. Yeah. So yeah. So the Angular client sees one API. Actually, it sees two. It sees GraphQL. No, it sees one API. Even the GraphQL piece is hidden behind it. So GraphQL here is exposed as one address. So everything comes out of there under one. So I can go to, the same address as I go to an API, I can go to /GraphQL and get all my GraphQL data. But that wires it up to the individual services behind the scenes. What it means is I can compose new clients using different APIs. I could do all sorts of stuff at the gateway level. I also do auth at the gateway level. So the Angular client uses auth 0. So there's no permissions in the token from the auth 0 perspective. It's just an auth 0 token. At the gateway level, that is then used to go and get the permissions and applies a new token that the gateway then pushes to the other services. So the tokens that these receive are internal tokens, not auth 0. So it offloads that and passes a different token back app to gateway to service. Yes. So my identity stuff is custom, but now my permissions are applied to your user at this level. So on the client, you don't get a token that has a bunch of permissions that you then pass up. You just have a token that says who you are. So yeah. I'm using GraphQL for the query side of things. So when you see the application, GraphQL is powering all the data. right? I'm not using APIs for the data. Oh, interesting. Minus 66.666%. That's awesome. I think we have a rounding issue there. So I am using GraphQL. This is the actual running application in its current released form. I'm using GraphQL to back all this. The APIs are write only. So I am command query separating them, right? So the commands go to the APIs. There's no queries from these APIs. There's only commands. So everything gets sent into the system, and the GraphQL API is used for the query out. So this view database is built specifically for the read. So there is no need to have tables or locks or whatever that support how do I put that? I've often found that our databases get merged. The concerns of querying override the concerns of the writing, or vice versa. We end up with indexes and stuff specifically to try and help where we have a table that is performing reads and writes. Like we might be writing reports off of the database. We might be building, you know, yeah, all sorts of other stuff off that single database. Doing it this way, each database is fit for its purpose. So these planning tasks, attachments, these have their own databases. They are solidly made for the write. They do not have a lot of joins or queries involved. They just, here's some data, let's go. They publish their data. I'm using GraphQL for state transfer, and then the view consumes all that, rejoins all the associations up. You know, if planning items have tasks, it does all those joins, and the view is optimized for that purpose. Yeah. Yes. So command and query separated out purely. Like, it does mean that I can switch out the database technology for any single component if I find something supports something better. In the terms of the changes stuff, this is all Mongo. In these, they're all SQL Server, and even this is SQL Server. But I could optimize that. And if I build a search service, or when I build a search service later, that can be its own thing optimized for that search. So even if I used a SQL Server database for the search, I can put full text on that and change my schema appropriately. Oh, yes, it does. Yeah. The GraphQL library is hot chocolate, and that is using. I don't like it necessarily, but it does help with optimization because I get basically if I query, let me go to here. If I drop fields or fields from this, the query will be appropriately modified, so I'm not pulling the entire object into memory from the SQL Server back to the API and then down to the client, or you know, filtering at that level. It does optimize that quite heavily. So I do go with that. So the GraphQL layer is actually pretty simple in terms of its queries, because if you look here, it's just go get the context and return the data. And that's what it looks like. And then, yeah, so I'm using projection to make sure I only include joins where I need to include joins. So if you don't reference a field, you don't get that field, and that query doesn't bog down the performance. And again, I realize that one of the concerns of GraphQL is that you could potentially, you know, expose the massive queries to the user. The user could do abusive queries. Oh, I want everything. But you can also optimize for that as well. You can limit the amount of data they can send. You can do all sorts of extra stuff to force them in a pattern. You can ignore certain fields. So just because the database contains it doesn't mean I have to expose it. I like this pattern. Been thinking about if GraphQL is good for the internal tooling services I've created at work. No worries, anytime. It's why I stream this stuff, right? This is not necessarily the way that someone else might architect an application. It is a playground as much as it is a thing. I am dog fooding the application. This is the app. This is the actual application being used to plan the application. So yeah. So I'm trying to live by everything I'm, figuring out.
So progress today. We have an ability to show subscriptions. One of the things we just worked out, or I worked out, is the ability to have it calculate fields. So you can add, again, with the GraphQL thing, I can add in a calculation that represents itself as a different field. So I have this is subscribed property, and now that tells me that my user is actually subscribed to that entity. So it's a on-the-fly calculation, but only uses one extra query to pull that data. So that was quite useful. So now we can have subscriptions to these entities. The subscription stuff that's taking its time because it's loading. But the goal of this next phase is the ability to say, okay, well, I care about fields changing, and how are you going to tell me about them, right? So that's what I'm working on right this second. So I can go to status, include parameters, or not include parameters. I just care about status. I can save that, and then ultimately it will have the bell change, but that's not for now. You do end up with some problems with this design, obviously, because you end up with eventual consistency. So me storing the state on the client is really important, because otherwise, if you refresh the screen, you've lost that data. Right? So there's going to be some challenges there. There's patterns and things I'm missing there. It might be that I have to push that to some sort of cache, so that I can re-pull it from the cache. And then it's the cache that gets refreshed and pushes to the client again. I'm not entirely sure how that's going to work in the longer term, but that's a learning piece. The general publishing of the data, the general behavior of the data is definitely a pattern, a thing I need to get used to. But the eventual consistency nature, I send something up here, it gets here, it gets processed. Again, these are optimized for the write. The intent is write and get out as quickly as you can. Do not bog down the logic. If there's behaviors to be calculated, if there's extra pieces to happen, if they do not affect the client at all, don't bother with the client, right? Don't just say, yep, I got that, thank you, and go off and do that. So these individually have outboxes and behaviors, possible sagas, etc. So if there's more decisions to be made once something's saved, it can be done and handled, and that's the way it's intended. So, but that eventual consistency could mean it could be a minute before it gets here. You don't know. So it's important to have that client track the data. So, but that's just a cost to the benefit of the high or low cohesion of the system as a whole. Yes. Also, there is a Discord attached to the stream. If you have any questions, if you have any thoughts, opinions, I'm happy sharing the diagram. I'm happy talking about this. This code is not open source. This code is closed source. There are some components of it that I do open source, such as the outbox implementation for Kafka, which I use for both Mongo and SQL Server. That is still requires some refinement and testing, but we're getting there. There is an entire backend system to Liquid Sky. The control tower. Control tower manages subscriptions right now. And basically the intent is when you sign up for the application, it registers the tenant. Once it's registered the tenant, it gets here. It says, oh, yeah, I got a new tenant here. You can have a subscription, and that activates the subscription and allows you to log in. The idea being that if we want to stop someone from getting in the application, we just delete the subscription. And now you can't get into the application. Doesn't matter who you are. If you're a part of that tenant, you cannot get into the application. You are navigated to the, hey, subscriptions page. But there is a lot more to come there. Like as the application grows and you need to take payments, or you need to invoice customers and do all those sorts of things, manage internal data for the application stack. Those things would be managed in Control Tower as a separate application, but you see Kafka running right through. So similar design patterns, different technologies, Next.js on this side, Angular on this side.
It's a technology playground. But that being said, one of my favorite streamers is live. I have been going for almost 6 hours, which is a very long stream for me these days. Next week, there will be more long streams. Tuesday and Thursday, I do have an appointment early. So those streams will start later. But next week, unless something goes wrong, guaranteed 5 streams. On Sunday, I may game stream, but I also may take the time to kind of start pulling my computers apart, organizing my room while I don't need the computers up and running all the time, and trying to get a better space sorted for streaming and for gaming. But yeah, so thank you very much for the follows. Thank you much for joining. Thank you very much for joining in. Again, if you ever want to have chats about stuff, the Discord is there. We do hang out there several times a week normally in the voice chat. If you are comfortable with that sort of stuff, you're more than welcome to join. No guarantees on the topic, no guarantees on the quality of the conversation, but it is there. Sometimes I do hang out and do development on this and just share the screen just for the sake of hanging out and sharing what I'm doing. Yeah. So for now, we're going to finish up. We're going to go and raid over to OneLion. Before I do that, I do want to shout out one other streamer. If you are interested in UI UX stuff, in design in general, and you don't know about this streamer, one of the reasons why this doesn't look great. I'm under no illusion. This application does not look stunning, but the reason it looks at least clean and consistent is thank you to some suggestions from apparently I can't shout out channels that don't exist. OA, right? AOA is a UI UX guru and a great streamer, great place to go and hang out. I hang out there often now. But he also helped me go through this, and it was a tough criticism, but I took it to heart and I tried to imply do some of those things. So I highly recommend that. But anyway, let's go raid OneLion. OneLion has community days on Fridays. I may jump in the voice chat in a little bit in OneLion stream, depending on what the conversation looks like over there. But he opens up the Discord, and if you have topics, technology topics that you want to discuss and chat about, oftentimes AI is a really good topic there these days. He has some really good usages of AI, and he has really embraced the ability of using the tools to help him progress his work projects, etc. So yeah, he's a fascinating streamer. So yeah, we're going to go over there now. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much for hanging out. I will be back on Monday, where I will continue on with this as much as I can get over the weekend. Also, yeah, that's good. Thank you for joining me. Take care. Have a great rest of your weekend, and I'll see you soon. Bye all.